while I was out there, because I'm working hand in hand with all the higher ups, I was able to kind of schmooze my way in a little bit. And I told him, I was like, hey, it would be really cool, since we're obviously so keen on these big training evolutions, what with CACs and whatnot. I could set up a real nice training evolution for us at home, and like, it'll be good. And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, well, if you let me really play around, I will get you the best TCCC class your Marines have ever taken. I'm like, okay, we'll give you a shot. So they gave me a budget, and I was able to lock down a mount town with our motor T as support, sim rounds, and I called over to Wing, and I was like, hey, you guys got pilots that need flight hours, I got people that need evac training, let's make something happen. And I think it's the first round of it, which is the only one I was able to go to. Because I was PCSing at the time. The first round had, I think, 120 guys split between the companies, and we got to take them into a mount town and do a full-blown operation. Like, they had to assault the building, and we had an Op 4 inside the building. Op 4 had a 240 on the roof with sim rounds loaded in, and so they had to like pop smoke to get in the building, or else they got chewed up by the gunner. And let me tell you what, the first group did not pop smoke, and they ate a full belt.
Oof.
They ate a full belt of sim rounds from a 240. Nobody made that
No
mistake
bueno.
again. But it was so cool, because they got like, so they're moving through the building, and if they did it right, the Op 4 was like spread around the building in groups of 1, maybe 2 people. So, if they're doing it right, assaulting through the rooms the right way, they're probably not taking any casualties, but without fail, they would always take at least 1 or 2. And it was really cool, because I wasn't, none of my corpsmen were following them, the normal TCCC stuff of like, oh, hey, you just got shot in the leg, go sit in the corner and let someone fix you. It was like, they actually would get shot, and the person standing next to them would hear them yell and would see the mark of paint on their leg and be like, oh, let me go fix that. It was so cool.
It's awesome.
And I had to sell it to the battalion commander and do all of this, but it was because because it was so broad, right? I was able to sell it not as a TCCC class, because nobody would have bought that. But I was like, hey,
Of
look,
course.
this is gonna be it's a combined arms operation. We're gonna get our motor T training on evac routes. We're gonna get all the few 11s that we do have in the battalion. They're gonna get training on mount combat. We're gonna get TCCC. We're gonna get training on wing evac, which nobody ever gets to touch. It'll be good, I promise. And they let me run with it. It was the coolest thing I have ever gotten to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but that's on there. And then I'm around here. I don't have anything nearly as cool, but everything is better. GoPro.
Seeing if it worked.
Oh, hello.
My game computer doesn't have one.
Yeah, because I've got 16 or 18 or something like that ice comments. I'm on the customer service wall of excellence because I'm just a peppy kind of guy, happy-go-lucky, all that extra nonsense that they like at Blue Side Commands. So they're like, yeah, you got a real shot, but the thing is, if we put you up for this process and you lose because you fail a PRT, I'm going to personally come beat the shit out of you. And I was like, you know what? That's entirely fair. You're putting a lot of work into this. I should at least do something. So now I am absolutely killing myself. And yesterday was the worst moment, or it was the worst ever. Because so I've only been doing it for about a week and a half now. But every morning I've been delaying food, going to the gym and PTing, and my body got really used to that burn phase. Like, okay, as soon as we wake up, we got to start burning what little energy we have so that he can get this PT done. And yesterday, instead of PT, I had to go and test out a bunch of people on TCCC. So I'm like sitting in the front of a classroom, like grading tests, watching over a classroom full of people, just listening to my stomach. It's like, oh.
Yeah, speaking from experience, that's not a great time. Grading papers and being hungry. One time they didn't give me lunch until like the period before the day ended.
Ugh.
The prep period. And like the only thing I thought about as a periods of students trying to learn biology was, damn, I really want that cream cheese bagel.
Right. It's just such a bad combo because like you're trying to focus on the test and make sure
You're
that
trying to be a
everything's
fair
accurate.
grader.
Yeah, but the whole time you're like, oh man, I really want to go eat right now.
I want to go eat. Why did you get that wrong? It's such an easy question. And then you just,
Oh my god. Okay.
and then you go have your lunch and you start grading. You're like, oh, that's close enough.
As a teacher, you'll appreciate this a little better. I had one of my students yesterday, one of the questions on the test is essentially supposed to be a gimme. There's a few questions on that test. It's a 50-question test, not that hard, but that's one of the basically the gimmies. It's a
5 to
true or
10%
false.
of questions should be.
Yeah, it's a true or false question. And TCCC, tactical combat casualty care. It's medical, like very basic medical care under fire. And the question is true or false. TCCC should combine both good medicine and good tactics. Like, even not knowing what the subject matter is, like, you probably already realize that the answer is true because it's in the name, tactical combat casualty care. Like, easiest question on the test. And I had this girl raise her hand. I go over there, I'm like, what's up? She's like, she points to the question. She's like, good medicine and good tactics. Can you elaborate on that? I was like, honestly, I don't know if I can. Like, I don't know how would I elaborate on that? It's good medicine and good tactics.
It honestly depends, because like it's almost like a rule. Like it's almost like an unspoken rule. Like 5 to 10% of the questions in any given test or assessment, a summative assessment, not a formal assessment, should be what we call gimme questions. And the reason for that is because well, there are a very easy way to see if like someone's done the work or not. But you also have to be really careful, because if you work with honor students like I did, you're gonna want to lean more towards 5% because you know all of them are all gonna get it just by them being them. They're just gonna know the answer because honors is another way of saying you have common sense. But it's also the honors is just the students who want to be there. Like, so they're not necessarily the students that are like smarter than everyone else. They're just really interested in the subject matter. But you have to be really careful with people who are high performing in their area when you give them gimme questions, because they have the highest tendency to overthink like the question. Like, I would all the time be like, call a teacher over and be like, you know, I'd be in my like cell in molecular biology final, be sitting here like, well, technically this is true, like based on like the like, and I'd even like support my reasoning and be like, well, because of like this theorem and like the postulates given by like John Lister and like, all these people, I'll be like, this is actually true. Like, there's actually multiple answers, and like they would look at me and they'd be like, just. And this is what I hated. So like, this is simultaneously the best and the worst thing to do as a teacher and a fun is to look at your student and say, choose the answer that best fits the question on a question where that doesn't really apply. Because there are some questions, when you have a question that's built that way, where like there is a best answer, then it's very clear. Like, a bad question wouldn't make it clear which is the best answer. But if a student asks you something like not that situation particularly, but if a student like comes to you like something like that, which overthinking is like a real thing, and like a lot of like higher performance, they all tend to do it. Speaking from experience, but like I absolutely hated the teacher that just like looked at me and said choose like the answer that best fits the question, because I'm just sitting here like, man, I didn't make this test. Like, and then that led to me visiting the teacher's office a few times being this question wasn't fair. And then all the students liked me because they got like an email saying, all right, you all get 2 points on this because so and so mentioned that this doesn't make sense. And I was like, but they all also hated me because come presentations at the end, you could always count on me raising my hand and being like, so could you like elaborate on this for, or like I'd ask some really not a really complex question. I would never ask a question that wasn't outside the realms of what the person had presented. That's how I choose to phrase that. So, you know, tests. Were you guys still there?
Sorry, muted
Yeah.
myself.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh man, that is annoying.
What, me? Yeah.
Damn, just toss him out there like that.
I have been trying for since my since the video didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
That entire time I've been trying because it turned off my audio for some reason.
Oh.
And I don't really know why,
John,
but
your beautiful face.
well, and like I was like, you know what? Let's try it because people were talking about it, and I have the ability to do it. I just haven't done it in a while, so I kind of forget the steps to. Because my GoPro can work as a webcam, I just forget the steps to make it work.
I think if
that's
I duct
nice.
taped my phone to the top.
Yeah,
I could fucking
and yeah, but I was like, all right, let's try this out. And then for some reason it turned off my voice. So I was like, well,
Well, I was looking into getting a webcam,
Well,
and a lot of
seems
them like to
more
come with microphones, and I'm like, that's gonna be like the third microphone. My computer always gives me a notification when I open Discord, like, do you want to switch to like my NVIDIA graph? I'm like, I don't want to, no, because that microphone doesn't work. Just use my fucking headphone microphone.
Okay, so that's gonna be online with the stairs. So, my current plan, since it looks like, at least this time around, we're probably not gonna be rocking and rolling with webcams. We might in the future. Perfectly cool either way. But at least for right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna be building a map so that people have something to look at.
I think you guys accidentally saw my face
Oh,
a couple times.
that's fine.
I like hit video, completely did not notice that I did.
I'm just gonna be kind of like building a map in the backgrounds, and I'm not gonna say anything about it. I'm not gonna tell anybody what it is, and it's just gonna be a surprise for you guys to figure out at a later date.
no boy.
Which is fine. Which is totally fine, and is totally not ominous at all, and you should definitely not be worried.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, I know there's...
I haven't woken up this early since I actually did start teaching. Not that I teach anymore.
That's a neato little trick that I just learned. Okay. So, first and foremost, while we wait for the others to gather together, I'm going to be hitting a fairly quick recap of the campaign so far. We all came together, or most of us anyway, came together as lowly junior adventurers of the level 3 type in a city called Curiel. It's a dock town, mostly well known for its trade and also for its booming pirate community that they like to not talk about. There was a problem in the area with people disappearing, which the party was tasked to investigate, and then which the party turned around and said, hey, maybe this person will pay for us too, and managed to get paid double to investigate, which honestly, clever. After looking into it a little bit, they tracked the source of the disappearances off to the west towards the coast and found a whole cavern system full of these wonderful little frog people. Little toadies, if you will. Who they promptly dealt with, both physically and psychologically, causing just a little bit of minor trauma, and rescued the villagers inside. Now, it did come at a little bit of a price, as the one inside, beyond all the little toadies, was a incubus. This incubus tried to make a few deals. The party said, nah, fuck that, it's time to fight. Got some help from the local church, took care of the demon problem, and gathered up some notes leading them on to essentially their next idea, as Quark, looking over the notebook, started to recognize some of the names of some missing wizards.
That is actually just gonna break in for there for a second. Quark did not recognize any of it. In fact, I believe it was Sora who recognized the names in the town. Quark had never heard of any of these people.
Yes, that's a fair point to make.
He felt betrayed by this. But we'll get into questions. Sorry, but just need to clarify that.
With that, however, this one's going to need to be much smaller. Following that, you all moved on to the city of Towerfall, which is very broken down and mostly abandoned at the time. You all met one of the wizards who lived there, worked there, did her thing, and befriended her and her wife. Following their, well, actually doing the opposite of following their warnings, you moved into Jojrir to try and gather up the next missing wizard, Kea, who was found to be dead and consumed by a demon, which I don't remember the name of, but that's fine, who was essentially taking over her position and trying to pass itself off as her. While there, you also met your next companion, Galenor.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. forever. Galenor decided from that point that he was going to travel with you for a ways. Came along, and you all headed back to Towerfall to regather your thoughts, headed down to Evelar to gather your funds, then back to Towerfall to gather your thoughts, and then proceeded north into the jungle, the forest.
This
Whatever.
is what we call the Forest Arc.
Yes, the Forest Arc, which everybody hated. Heading north, you began to travel a few days into the jungle, and you were accosted by some wisps. Tako, your satyr friend, being the curious, fey creature that he is, decided, we're gonna follow the wisps. And he ran off after them, leading to a village. A very creepy village that you all hated. For totally no reason. They were just nice people who wanted to sing.
It ended up being justified.
It ended up being very justified, as they took you down to the depths of the cavern nearby, where you found that they were all, in fact, not people, but an extension of an Elder Oblex. Said Elder Oblex began to commence the fighting, and you all came out on top, ever so barely.
Didn't we all almost die?
Yes.
Yeah, it was scary close.
It was scary close. But nonetheless, victorious, and you all cleared out of the space, leaving no trace of the villagers behind because they all evaporated with the ooze. From there, you moved a bit farther north into the forest, where you were encountered by a young green dragon who was attempting to rule the area. finished him off, dealt with his little wizard companions who were making
Wait,
things.
Didn't we meet the water thing person first?
No, the dragon came before that.
Yeah, dragon was first, I think.
Barely so, but yeah.
My bad.
Which, now that I think about it, at that point in time, even then, like, we kind of owned that dragon dude. Like, we didn't totally wreck him,
Yeah,
but we killed him surprisingly fast.
He tried to run away.
he did try to run away. He
Oh,
even
because
had, he even had wizards supporting him, but the problem is,
They got slowed.
yeah, Quark hit the wizards with a slow, and then they couldn't do anything that they wanted to do, so it
Yeah.
was game over. But nonetheless, one successful battle later, you all continued moving north, followed the river, and met a naiad. Pushed back some of the impending or imposing forces of nature that have been corrupted, saved his grove, and he was grateful. And he charged you with heading to the Dryad Grove. You headed down that way, did the same process again, cleansed the darkness in the grove, which led to the first of our...
Oh, we skipped the unicorn.
Oh yeah, there was unicorns
Did
murdered
skip
along the way.
unicorns.
Yeah, it's pretty important
Yeah,
because that was when we learned about the branding.
indeed. So this was on the trip from Evelar back to Towerfall. They came across two unicorns, both of which had a branding along their flank that no one recognized. This branding eventually was taken to Roswin, studied, and investigated. It turned out to have been a spell mixture, a combination of lycanthropy, charming spells, a couple of other unique things, all smashed together to create essentially a contagious control effect.
And then we saw the same branding on in the Dryad Grove we saw on the tree, right?
Correct. And that
There we go.
that brand has been following you for a little ways now. Fun fact, you also would have seen it on the Wastrolith and the Sunbird, but y'all's perceptions did not pay off that time around. So,
Oof.
yeah.
Not all of us were capable of light.
Yeah. Those two were supposed to be another reminder that the Syndicate was out there. Y'all were just like, fuck this bird.
Oh yeah, that's probably worth mentioning. The first instance where we heard the name of the Syndicate was actually way back in Curiel, in fact. I think. Sora had just said that Quark's mentor had been, quote unquote, on the run from some people for a while, and that I think she named drop the Syndicate, but that was just like, that was when the name was, I don't remember what the major appearances were after that.
Yeah. The Demon in Joshr, or the Fiend in Joshr, the Dryad, the Unicorns, and
The Dryad Grove.
trying to think of any others, but they're not coming to me offhand. Anyway, you headed a little bit further north, considered possibly going through Arasta's lair, decided against it, went back to the Naiad, informed him of, your completion of your task, and were granted a wish by his Jinn supervisor, superior, master, whatever
Oh,
you
yeah.
call him. And following all of that, you all headed to the almost the northernmost reaches of the forest there. And Carthwin ran into his old friend, his old companion.
Yeah.
A terrible battle ensued there, and Carthwin lost his guide angel, before finally putting down the threat and moving back to the south towards Towerfall.
Tako got a new joke because he can tell people that he's armed.
Indeed, armed and dangerous. From that point, you all went back to Towerfall.
Oh, you skipped the wish that we made at the gym.
Yes, so the wish that was made was essentially to set free all of those people that were under the Green Dragon's control, which was a surprisingly selfless wish. I was fully prepared for y'all to do something chaotic, and you didn't, and I'm proud of you for that.
No, that's Friday.
To be honest, whenever that happened, I looked like in my mind because I actually looked at my screen and looked at Jurgen's name as he was talking. So like, because to me, that's me looking him square in the face, and I just was mouthing the whole time, "What the fuck? What?" But like, I was very proud, but I was also like, "Whoa."
Are you sure that's what are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was shocking to say the least. Move up a layer. Okay, now we can start doing this part. But yes, from there you head back to Towerfall and proceeded on back to Curiel again. Because Jurgen, at this point in time, was very done with the jungle and felt that he needed, or that you all needed, more money, more preparation, just more before taking on anything to do with the Syndicate.
We also murderized the Night Hag playing once.
You also did finally murderize the Night Hag that had been bothering you before you tried.
Oh yeah. I legitimately completely forgot about that.
Yeah, she wasn't a lot. She was supposed to be a lot. She wasn't
She
a
was
lot.
she was
She ended up just
the
being
form of
annoying.
trees. Well, I'm sorry. Once I got the hound, like it was almost like, come at us.
Yeah. Let's try this a little more. But yes, from there heading on to Curiel. Along the way, you are attacked by a couple of shadow assassins sent by the Syndicate, who proceeded to, for the first time, not only down, but actually kill one of your players, Galanor. You all made the greatest haste to Curiel, cutting your travel time in half, almost, with your various methods of travel, and your efficiency at doing so. And it was just enough to get him revivified. You learned later, however, that speed and haste was at the cost of Towerfell, as a dream was had and shared that Tomrarth, the heretofore leader of the Syndicate, had assaulted the city and taken Roswin, the wizard, with him. But
I take it you mean murdered.
yes, by taken I very much mean murdered. No, you need to go away. You need to come this way a little bit.
What was the name of the person who? I think it was Darla. I think we used Dream on Darla to gain this information.
Use Dream on Darla. But you all set out to sea in an attempt to gather more money, and you went to a place that was bound to have a lot of money. And sure enough, you made your way to the Isle of the Lost, which, honestly, probably should not have gone to. But it's fine, because there was definitely money.
There was money.
There was definitely money. You need to go down a layer.
There was also death.
There was also death. As
Take
you
your
all,
time.
as you all set foot on the island, and were accosted by a couple of things many different times. First, an apparition of Loki took you into a dream world, showed you his reality, and let you loose back into the real world. Then, finding yourselves up on the uppermost plateau of the Isle of the Lost, you stumbled into the temple there, where you found a necromancer who, by the way, you did not question at all. You just went with it. Murdered the necromancer, which is fair, and also his very dangerous undead god baby that he was trying to resurrect. From there, the old master of the tomb woke up because you tried to steal his gold. Which, I mean, come on. As Jurgen rushed downstairs to try and steal the gold, the old master awoke and promptly beat the shit out of all of you, taking 2 of you permanently in the process, both Karthwin
Actually-
and Galanor here.
Actually, Cork was untouched, but I think he metaphorically got the shit beat out of him.
That's fair. That's a fair assumption. You all left, gathered your thoughts, gathered a few new companions who somehow washed up on the island. That's the word I want. Washed up on the island, and I do like that better because that's more broken. And upon gathering yourself, began to return to the old master's tomb and beat the ever-loving shit out of him. You also spoke with a few of the locals in the area, the Myconids, and found that the necromancer that you had already very much destroyed had been a problem for them. And they were grateful that you had solved that problem for them. So from there, you went once more to the target you were originally intending to go to the first time, which was the Sea Hag, or the Sea Fury. Went, took care of that problem, and began to head back to Dumaine. Upon making land in Dumaine, you all found that this entire city was just deep in the throes of a civil war. And that it was, in fact, being run by a warlord by the name of Conrad, who has some personal history with one of your companions, Jurgen. Conrad has since taken over and set in place his Inquisitors, who are 4 psionically enhanced individuals, and who are essentially just a terror. They are running through the city, taking out anything and anybody who they think might be an insurrectionist or anything like that. And you guys, unfortunately, fall on that list of probably insurrectionists. You've had a couple
No.
interactions. Yeah, no, it's totally normal. It's totally fine. Everything's fine. You've all had a couple interactions with them, none of them positive. And as of where we most recently left off.
Oh yeah, and Cork almost eternally slept himself.
Yeah,
That's neither here nor there.
Oh yeah.
Cork almost eternally slept himself, trying to fiddle with the dream spell and learn things about himself that gods only know.
He wasn't ready.
Yeah, that's probably a fair assumption.
But as of
But
where
that-
we most
yeah.
recently left off was with our party being run out of their hideout by a swarm of creatures of horrifying construction, both core and star spawn, which leads to the question of why are they here, and how did they get here, and who put them here?
Who are they? How did they
Yeah.
get here? What do they want? Are they gonna go away?
And to
All
all
these
of
questions and more.
to all of those questions, there's only one answer. We'll see.
In the next episode
Of Dragon Ball Z.
people shitting over the what?
But with that, I'm gonna throw it over to you all. Who? Hold on, let's do this in an organized fashion. Okay, we'll start from the top, and you've got the most questions, I believe. Quark, what do you
Huh?
want to go over? What do you want to cover? What do you?
Oh my
miss?
god. Well, I thought you would want to go for me last, because like I said, I have a whole Google document.
That kind of was the plan, but also
Oh, okay.
you're the top one, so I'm just rolling with it. I'm just sending it.
Okay. So my first section is just labeled characters. I just wanted to go around and ask everyone, where did the hell did your character come from?
I would love to start. So the Galanor was named after a character of a book. So far, all of my characters that I've made, except for the one that I'm currently making on screen right now while we have downtime, which, let me just say, is a wood elf barbarian of the elk totem. So while raging,
God, he's going
has
on
a
so
base
fast.
60-foot movement speed. And that's the whole reason I'm making him. But
You
I
all-
digress.
You all are a bunch of assholes. Y'all's
Take a-
movement is absurd.
Take a level and road. Cutting edge.
Yeah, like I was literally thinking about it the other day. I was like, what is the fastest possible character you could make? And then this popped into my head, and I was like, I don't know if it's the fastest, but it's super fast and it's funny.
Does
So
it have... Take mobile.
yeah. But anyway, so Galanor was a failed attempt at getting my wife to try and play D&D with me. I set up like the most basic one shot you could ever think of, and it's super hard for like two people to play, so I take that as a, like, I set it up for failure from the beginning, but it was just an attempt, and but I was like, what would I like to play? And I am a huge bow hunter, and so I was like, okay, well, let's go with something with a bow. But then I was like, but I really like the druid stuff. Like, I like the spells and the abilities and everything like that. So I just threw together a druid. It was very poorly done because I hadn't played D&D in forever. And
It has been years.
yeah,
I
this
need to
was
go on record here to say that you all probably don't know this, but my brother and I used to play Dungeons and Dragons 3.5.
yeah, I was about
way
to say it
back
had to
in
be
the
close
day.
to 3.
Yeah, it was like right when 3.5 came out. We used to go to a friend's house after church. His mom would make us snacks, and we would sit there and play Dungeons and Dragons all day long.
Dude, it was awesome.
It was great.
And the only thing I remember about it is I had a monk, and I did it, like, I remember not knowing how to effectively use a monk at the time, and then looking back at what I could have done, I'm like, how did we not wreck everything? Because monks are so broken.
You know, the only thing I remember is I was playing a rogue, and Josh, the other Josh, was playing a wizard.
Yep.
And I remember stabbing his familiar out of the blue for no good reason. Just
You monster.
just nuking his
Yeah.
familiar.
Dude, it was a good time.
It was fun.
It really was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I miss those days. Those were the simple
Yeah,
days.
it was a good time. But
Yes,
yeah, so like just not having done it in forever, so I set up this, truth be told, a really shitty character. And I was just thinking about what I wanted. And then I saw you guys were playing, and I was like, man, I'd really like to get back into it. And I kind of on a whim was like, hey, can I join you guys, to Adam? And he was like, yeah, sure, of course. But it was, I think we only had like 2 or 3 days to put a character together, and I was like, well, I already have a
Super
good
last.
baseline character. Yeah, and I was like, I already have a good baseline character, which I didn't realize wasn't. And so I just threw Galanor in it, and I was like, all right, cool, I'll just run this guy. And then through playing and through realizing, like, man, I could have done so much better of a job, like actually setting a character up, which I thought Galanor was a great character, don't get me wrong, I love him. But I was like, I could have done better. Asher is a character from the same book and set up very like again multi-classing and doing all those things. Like it's not necessarily the best way to go about it, but it is very true to the character and the story. And so I'm trying to like play that character Dungeons and Dragons style, but I have set Asher up much more efficiently than I set up Galanor, and hence why Galanor every single battle was like on the verge of dying and then did. But
Can I
yeah,
ask
so
Can I ask you a follow-up question actually? Because this is one
of
of
course.
this is one of my pocket questions. Can you speak to like what you just mentioned? Can you kind of speak to that a little bit more? Because like one of the things that I see a lot while I'm like kind of trying to do research and like trying to familiarize myself with certain things is a lot of people making the statements that I'm sure we all know the age-old like min-maxers versus non-min-maxers argument. Like some people are like,
Yeah.
oh, I can't stand them, and others are like, that's not true. You just know bad ones, and like there's this whole Now I'm not asking anyone for their stance on them, but my question is, how do you choose to balance practicality with what's the word functionality? Because if I could, I would sit here all day and or during every session and just do like a big struggle that I had was trying to play the story and the character that I wanted to play, but also not immediately end up dying. Because sometimes the character, the thing that you want to play, ends up being kind of not viable in combat or very prone to dying. But it's what you have the most fun doing because like it's the thing that you want to do. But sometimes in 5e, that unfortunately means being a lot more vulnerable to death than other people. So how did you handle like trying to find that balance with those characters?
With Galanor, I didn't. Hence how we got to where we are now. With Galanor, I just kind of like threw the dice and took what I got and was like, all right, I can make this work. And I unfortunately I used him as my warm up back into the game. And that was strictly just like I haven't done this in a while, but again, like I love the character. I had a lot of fun with him. So like the best possible warm up round like I could have ever asked for.
Do you wish that or no, I'm not gonna try to put word. Sorry, I was trying to remember my like interviewing like practice and everything. So one of the rules is don't put words in someone's. So don't say do you think or do you wish. What are your what are your thoughts on whether or not like you think that like it should be easier to play those kinds of characters? Let me explain. Like do you regret that like playing those types of characters ends up being like meaning you dance a lot more closely with death, or do you think that like, man, I wish I could have played this a little bit longer or not have had to worry about like dying?
I think it's kind of goes both ways because if you think about it also, close interactions with death can be a huge character building moment. And it's also very real, because think about it, like in a world of in the Dungeons and Dragons world, right? There is a lot of stuff out there that should kill you.
Absolutely.
And so if you have a good DM like we do, and he's able to like tailor things to make them hard but still manageable, then you should be running into those scenarios often and use that as a character building moment, I think. So like I think that like playing the character that you want to play is the way to go, because your DM, to quote the Critical Role theme song, your DM will guide you through a way of like not intentionally trying to kill you but always trying to challenge you.
Oh man, I promise this isn't scripted because like that's exactly what I was gonna say at the end of this. Like we have such a good DM so that we don't have to like worry about those situations where it's like I want to play what I want to play, and like you don't have to worry about like the DM you over the DM, like our DM Adam, our Lord and Savior. I don't know how often he does it or if he does it at all, but it definitely feels like we're allowed to play what we want to play, and like we we don't suffer because of it, and it's a very wonderful feeling.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm trying to kill you at every turn. You're just a bunch of assholes.
I mean, that may be true.
Okay, Josh, I'm so sorry. Like, the one question, where did your character come from? Because James, where did your character come from?
Oh, mine was really simple. I just like to play opposite characters than the previous one I played, and I was currently playing a bard in the Friday game, so I was like, what is opposite of a bard? And I chose paladin.
Okay. Did
Yeah,
you know?
that's pretty
did you
true.
know- fair enough. Did you know exactly what, or not exactly, but did you have any like ideas of the story you wanted for that paladin at the beginning? Did it come into fruition like as you played? Because I know there's almost like two kinds of people that we like to put it, or that I've seen when it comes to D&D. There are those that will write like a fully fledged backstory kind of, and like things that they want, like topics they want to hit and things they want to do in the campaign. And then there are others who will kind of have a very small idea and just kind of try to grow and improv out from that from the beginning. So, do you know which kind of end you started with Earthwind for them?
Yeah, I mean, given that I knew that we were going to be streaming these ones, I kind of wanted to help Adam a little bit and help him do something that I knew that he knew a lot about and something that he was extremely comfortable with. Hence, paladins aren't often too much reliant on their gods as they are their oaths, but I went heavily with the god aspect with Garthwin because Tyr being a part of Norse mythology, I knew Adam knew a lot about that, and I knew that him putting that into a game setting would be so fucking cool.
A lot of praise going to the DM right now.
Yeah.
And you
Um,
know, Loki, Big
Oh,
Snake,
gotta love
all
Loki.
of that. What's essentially going to be our demise.
Oh yeah.
We'll get
Nah,
into
it's
like
fine.
character stuff and like story stuff. We're doing introductions right now. Sorry, I'm trying to think. What about your other character, James?
Kind of the same thing. I was like, well, what's vastly different than a paladin? And I was like, oh, a warlock's pretty different. She was a warlock of the Fae for large purpose that you all were currently going towards a hag, and the idea had actually popped up when we were discussing how the the spell that was on the temple, I forget what it's called.
Hello.
Yeah, when we were
Hallow.
discussing the Hallow and what would happen, she was actually, because previously I was planning on playing a rogue artificer that had a gun, and that was kind of cool. But I had actually thought up Rella when we were discussing the possibility that Tako just get banished back to the Feywild altogether. I was like, well, if that does happen, we don't really want Tako to be alone in the Feywild, and if that would happen, and in the case that Carthon would die, which the latter did happen, I was like, well, I'll make a warlock that's from the Feywild and try to help him get back out. And then that didn't end up happening, but I was like, well, I still really want to play this character, so.
I've gotten a little bit of that in the past few weeks. I've actually written up a few characters with a bit of like a 100 words or less like backstory / personality traits, and then I wrote their character sheets. And I'm really invested in this Celestial Warlock that I want to get around to playing at some point. But I'm not gonna go into all that right now. Thank you, James. That was wonderful. I would love to talk about Cork, but unfortunately I can't do so without. I can't exactly question myself. So I might
Yeah.
need my compatriots to step up and ask me some questions.
Well, what was the inspiration behind Cork?
Good question. His name Cork. I have a really hard time coming up with names. Even the character I just talked about, like, not a big fan of their name. But eventually I decided, well, I'm a sciencey person, and a musical person, and I like, names with Q's and K's and V's and X's in them. And I thought, why not name him Cork? because that sounds like it would fit the theme, and it's also absolutely is a reference to those small spaces and locations within electrons and protons and neutrons. And no, you cannot. Don't call me out otherwise. And this was my first real. So I had one other session with this group before, where I was there from start to finish, and I was playing a druid, and I wasn't exactly thinking of the opposite, but I do have a tendency to lean towards spell. I just really love that magical aspect, and I didn't mean to. I apologize if I fell into that kind of like, I guess, pitfall of like the amnesiac backstory, and I didn't know that was kind of like a bad thing, because like from what I've been seeing, a lot of people like go, oh, that's what you're doing, but I don't really tend to write huge like blocks of backstory for my characters.
Like Connor.
I have several books from Connor on my characters. But yeah, I wanted to play this wizard, and I wanted to just start with an idea, like an inspiration, and I ended up taking one of the ones from the actual 5e handbook, which is that I don't know if it specifically says that your mentor left you, but it does just say you have like a note on your person with like a question or a thing that you're investigating, and I think that's actually part of the sage background. And I took that and I reused something that I had tried to use in one of Connor's campaigns. And came around, it's okay, it's a note on it that says I investigate other planes of existence, pretty much, and try to how to get there and stuff like that. So from the first couple of sessions on, some stuff just kind of built out that evolved into Cork being, a little bit of a a quirky wizard who makes puns, uses purple magic, leaned a little bit into illusion, but has since expanded to fire. And he's looking for his lost mentor, Hogarth. And everything story-wise since then is kind of. I'm trying not to like cover story too much because like those are later questions, but it's just kind of expanded. Everything I've loved playing with this group so much, like getting to finally like get back to like carry and like playing with you guys just like help me reconnect with like really taking features and playing a character less for like the optimization and more for like the I want an 11 in cartography and let's just have some fun with that and like let's do some stuff. So it's been really, really nice. I don't know if that answers the question, like where did Cork come? That's what I have to give.
I'm gonna jump in here for a second because you hit on 2 points that I like. First and foremost being the amnesiac background being a cop-out. And I disagree entirely.
Kind of terrifying.
It is kind of terrifying for the player because that gives so much free reign to me as a dungeon master. And you all know me well enough to know that, like, at least when it comes to characters, I am not kind with free reign. I will traumatize you. But more so, I don't think it's a cop-out when the player is comfortable with, okay, I don't remember what happened in my backstory here, and you just give your DM an open book to play with, because that gives so much. Like, I could have started this story with literally anything, and because we had this, hey, my backstory is a blank slate, I could make it work, which is amazing. It's such a gift to your DM, but your DM has to be ready to take that gift, and you have to trust that your DM will do right by you and not fuck you over, which are both
True.
kind of mildly terrifying.
I guess I never thought of it that way. Yeah, I guess like the beginning was people coming together and deciding to come work, and since that was like the hook, like the let's get together, and it was blank, I guess it really did give you a lot of opportunity to like take it quite literally anywhere you want.
It can be a gift, but it has to be a joint effort of two people that can both handle that gift, because it can be terrifying. And the other thing is, you talked about min-maxing, and it works out perfectly with the group that we have to kind of show it off. But look at Jurgen, right?
Mhm.
Definitely would be considered a min-maxer in most places. And then look at Chant. Much less so.
It's so true.
And that is anything but a dig at Chant. I fucking love our Loki.
Dude, he's
himbo.
I
such
would,
a good character.
I would also like to
incredible.
clarify. I'm so sorry. I didn't because we don't have webcams. That's no facial expression. I'm not digging at min maxers either. I was just
No.
trying to point out the yeah.
I didn't think you were. I just
Okay, sorry.
I want to say it because like our himbo is amazing, but he's not optimized. Jurgen is very, very, very optimized, but he's also amazing. It's what it comes down to with min-maxing and efficiency and all of that. If you are going to min-max, you need to also know how to roleplay.
I absolutely agree.
Like, if you're not going to min-max, then you definitely need to know how to roleplay, because then you're just shooting yourself in the foot. But I don't think there should ever come a time where you choose between the two. It should always be both of them in conjunction.
Yeah, like that like nice balance.
Yeah.
Interesting. Were there any questions about how I was explaining? Any other questions about how I chose to explain, or are we moving on to the next one in the sequence here?
Good.
Right, Adam. That was my first question of several on this list.
Fair enough.
Did anyone else want to ask anything, or am I
Yeah,
just gonna keep it?
I am
You
fully
guys-
prepared to just go off of all your questions because I didn't actually prepare any. I was just
James
coming in
didn't do
doing
the
it.
homework.
Nah.
This was a group project, and I came with all.
Yeah, I'm the one
Yeah.
sitting in the back of the class just agreeing with everything you're saying. Like, oh yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
good.
you
Yeah,
guys
Mile-
have complete and utter full reign here, so do your thing.
You
All
see,
right. So
you may
second-
have read this about the book, but I read this and it was good.
This is book club, and I'm the only one that read. So question number 2. So this is still part of the characters category. So some of you may have already answered this, but where did the character's name come from? In 100 words or less, if we could.
All of mine came from a book series, which plug for, and now that I'm sitting here talking about it, I can't think of the book series. It'll come to me later. But phenomenal. Like, this is what got me back into reading, and I fell in love with the series, and then fell in love with the characters, and I was like, all right, well, that settles it.
That's amazing. I love that. James.
I'm not really sure actually. I don't know. I also DM a game for my family, and I'm actually starting another game now. And names have always just been something that just comes to me. Like, I look at a character and I think, with all of what this character is, like, what would I think this character's name would be? And more times than not, it usually starts with a letter, and I just make sounds after the letter, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds good.
God, I'm James. I can't make names like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, James is our resident asshole. For the sole
Sure.
fact that he is super creative, and I hate him for that. I always make fun of him because I am his DM daddy. Like, as soon as I got him back into D&D, or I got him into D&D, and then from there he's kind of just run with it. He started DMing his own campaign. He started doing all sorts of stuff like right out the gate. And I made the mistake of showing him Incarnate, which is the map making tool that I use. And now, because this is just the kind of person that he is already better at Incarnate than I am. I'm like, okay, buddy, I've been doing this for years now. I'm gonna need you to calm the fuck down. So now
Hey, Joe!
it's me who sends him my maps, and I'm like, hey man, does this look good? Can you like, could you improve on this, or like, what would you do? Yeah, it's kind of
Adam,
That's awesome.
you didn't have to go and answer question number 5 under the DM question section.
Yeah. So James is one of those people where like when it comes to things creatively, it just happens. It's just normal for him. Like, yeah, I just did it. Like, no, James, you didn't just do it. You did something incredible, but okay, that's fine.
That's hilarious. I can't relate either, because even my profile picture, like if you look at the little character, and like it took me 10 years to come up with something that, and it's just a template with some colors added to it. And I was like paying an artist like a couple of months back, and I was like, I need a new reference sheet, and he was like, really? You want the same thing? And I was like, what are you judging me for? And I decided to add like a little symbol on the arms, and I was like, that's as spicy as I get. Okay. I think I've already mentioned it. I just try to think of a name until I come up with a name that I don't hate, but I used to subscribe to the school of like mashing the keyboard a little bit and then trying to like make a name out of that. And I actually can make a name out of most things. Like I could, like as an example right now, I just hit my keyboard. This person's name is, oh, it just so happens that I smashed the keyboard in a way that makes it look like I wrote Komodo Dragon. That's a little on the nose, but that's not a name. That's more of a speech.
It's an awesome
You
name.
Well,
get
that's what we're
What's
that's what
your
we're about
name?
to do for this
Dragon?
this elf barbarian.
You could just name yourself Key and have your last name be Moto. Or Kia. Yeah, I could make Kia out of that. You see, the point is I would
Moto.
smash something on the keyboard and like try to make sense. And that's like as best as I know. But with question 2 out of the way from characters, I didn't want to make like, have us be doing the talking, so I did make a DM questions section. And I want to know, Adam, you already answered a couple of these questions. But I want to know, how did you steel yourself for the beginning of this campaign? Like, was this a world that already existed? Did you create this world? And
Yeah,
if-
Adam, answer that question. Answer that question, Adam.
We're gonna stick on this a little bit because I have the only question that I came up with is actually for you, and so I'll just branch off of his.
Yeah.
I've been asking him since the start of the campaign, hey, what world are we in?
Alright, well, then,
I mean,
in that case, let's hit 2 birds, 1 stone. Josh, what's your branch off this question?
Ignoring my question, I see.
Oh, no, it's gonna get answered. Don't worry, it's gonna get answered.
Just wait.
So,
boy.
real question was, I kind of have, it's kind of a multi-part question. The biggest thing was, what was your inspiration and how long has it taken you to build it to this point? And then a secondary question off of that is, how many games do you have, or like how many sessions have you or are you currently running in the game, whether it be real or like your personal, like I'm saying that this party is out here doing this and that's building an arc for X, if that makes sense.
Okay. You guys are gonna hate this answer. Are you ready? Because I have kind of the opposite thing with James, where my creative juices do not come from anything artistic. My creative juices are storytelling. So when it came to almost everything here, I come up with it a few weeks beforehand. So when we first got everything started, I was like, man, my Saturday game that I had just fell through. Kind of want to keep playing on Saturdays because I like having my weekends dedicated to D&D. Let's throw a game together. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, what world can I be in? I don't know. So I went into Incarnate, my map maker, and I just started fiddling around with a world map. And then I landed on a world map, and I was like, okay, well, this is the world now. Cool. Let's throw that in there. What are we doing? I don't know. I'll figure it out as we go. Where are we starting? Here, and I did flesh out Curiel a lot more than the other places. I don't know if you guys remember, but I created a world anvil, and I started like filling it out really in depth. And I have since not been doing that because it's a lot of work that I just do not have time for. And I mean that's really my process. Is like, okay, where are they? What are they doing? What can happen off of this? Most of this campaign bounces off of you guys, right? Like I have the creatures that I know about that are doing certain things, like Tomrith. I know what he's doing at any given time. Some of the bigger enemies, like I've known what the Inquisitors were doing for a while now. Like, I've got some things planned out, but for the most part, like I prep the game maybe 3 or 4 weeks in advance, and I just kind of have the map sitting around waiting for you guys. As far as the inspiration, that's a good question. I don't know. I do not have an answer to that one. I kind of just sit down and go, because like this is what my free time is, right? I'll play Smite with my wife, and sometimes with James and his brother when they're not being stupid. But if I'm not sitting there, like, and you guys see my activity on Discord and shit, if you don't see playing Smite next to my name, then I'm working on D&D. That's just what I do with my free time. To include work, because work is stupid, work is boring. I'll sit there and I work at customer service desk at the moment, and so I'll be sitting there like interacting with these people, trying to make them not hate us, and the whole time in the back of my head I'm like, beholders, death rays, dragons, yes. Like so it's kind of just this is a result of I had free time. Let's see what happens with it. And then, you know, I decided, hey, since we're already doing this thing and I kind of want to get into streaming more, like just me as a person, I want to start streaming more. So I was like, hey, let's see if everybody's down for it. Everyone was, so now we're streaming the game. And yeah, that was about that. The fact that this world is in fact a later date of my previous campaign, and if you actually, like, I could point to you on the Esvele campaign map where this takes place, ironically was not a thing when it started out. Just the fact that I brought Democ into it, because I always bring Democ into it, James was like, wait, if he's here, then this must mean, and this, and he started theory crafting. He went way down a rabbit hole, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to tell him this, but I like that. I'm taking it. So now it's, yeah. And then I started looking at the Esvele map, or not the Esvele map, the Resovia map, and I was like, oh, wait a second. Right there kind of matches up geographically. And if they're, because this was when you guys were sailing west, so I was like, if they're sailing west and need to get to a good island, okay, I can put it in, and I just kind of like marked out in my head where it is on the Resovia map. So like, yeah, now you guys are in that world, because James went a little wild one day, and I was like, okay, we're running with it. As far as how much else am I running in the campaign? Not much. Like I said, I know where a few specific characters are. I knew what Carthwin's old buddy, old pal. Damn it, Galad. No.
No, Galad was my guide.
Yeah, it was
Come on.
Don't worry, I remember this.
Come on, brain.
This
This is that more.
Daspin.
Daspin, yeah, I knew what
Daspin,
Daspin
yep.
was doing at any given time, mostly because what he was doing was murdering people, so I needed to know who was dying.
Of course.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it kind of matters if you show up to a place and a bunch of people are dead and you're like, oh my god, let's investigate. I'm like, but see, I don't know who's dead, I just know people are dead. That Just no.
Goodness, good.
Yeah.
Can I ask
that
you
doesn't
one more
work out.
question, Adam?
Yes.
So, do you ever? Okay, I don't know how to ask this. It's not going to sound like some sort of like academic query to write an essay on. How do you try to subvert expectations when you're DMing? Like,
I go into it with a think like I think like a normal person, right? Like when I'm doing something
debatable.
fair, fair. That's fair. But when
Sorry.
I go into something, I'm like, okay, so they're gonna be doing this and this and this, and this is gonna happen, and this and this and this and this and this, and then I'm like, wait a second, what if? And then I just let the what ifs run wild.
Interesting. Do you feel like have the players ever, and if so, how often, do the players ever I realize I'm asking this question on the heels of like, wow, they really did take all that curse gold. But what are some moments that stick out to you where the players really subverted your expectations?
Off the cuff, obviously, first and foremost, the gold.
That was more a Jurgen subversion than a.
Yeah, I was dumbfounded by that one. Although,
As was I.
yeah,
For those
To
who
be
don't know what
honest.
we're talking about, this is a situation that more or less directly led to 2 character deaths.
yeah,
Oh, very directly.
Very split-second decision. that
Very directly.
And I will always stand by my phrase at the end of it where I said, you guys said that this was a bit hard, but I kind of stand by this. Connor kept saying he was sorry, and I remember my statement being exactly, are you sorry that they died or sorry that you lived? And I will stand by that.
He just went, oh!
Oops, these 2 people died, but you're still alive.
Oh no.
Anyways, I'm sorry, Adam.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Obviously, that's the most glaring one. Chance, pretty much every time he talks, the fact that he decided to just sleep in a river, I was like, what do I do with that? Like, where do I go from here? I guess he just walks away. Like,
I mean, a lot of great things have happened in this campaign, but that
Yeah.
was one of the best.
I strive for Cass to be that level of
that was
that level.
incredible. And then, honestly, one of the ones that really got me was Carthwin when he was fighting Daspin, and he just let Daspin keep wailing on him. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
bro, you're gonna have to turn this at some point. I'm sitting here thinking in my
So-
head, like, you've got to turn this at some point.
Little-
man. Come on.
Little
Tried,
backstory
man.
behind that. So,
Oh,
because
that
that-
whole, that
I
whole
bet you're
Part
wondering
of
how
what-
we got there.
part of
whole
what Carthlin kept saying, especially after Galad did what he did when he said, that wasn't part of the plan. The plan in Carthwin's mind, or at least the plan that me and Adam were talking about, was essentially that Galad would put a death ward on Carthwin, so when Carthwin would die, he'd just get back up. And my whole plan was, when I go down, I'm going to heal myself, and then I have to kick the shit out of him. But before that, the whole plan for Carthwin in that fight was, I need to see if he's actually going to do it. And if not, if there's still a part of him that I can save, then I'm going to save him. But until he's beaten and almost killed me, I won't actually know. And then Galad became a celestial time bomb, and I was like, wait, no, that wasn't supposed to happen, because I had my my lay on hands on standby. So I, at that point in level, I think I would have almost gone up to full health.
just about.
And I was like, yeah, that was not what was planned. And then, we won. So
Yeah, so
Great.
that one kind of goes towards what you were talking about with subverting expectations, because me and James had talked that encounter through a lot. So when you're doing something that, like, I knew from the get-go, because Carthwin was Tyr's ward, I knew from the get-go that I wanted him to lose his arm. But you don't just do that to a character.
Oh, absolutely not.
It'd be kind of fucked up, right? So I knew that was where I wanted it to happen, and I knew how I wanted it to happen, but I needed to discuss that through with James first. So he and I had talked that encounter through a couple of times. He kind of knew at least the general premise of what was going on.
And then the 1 in the 20 happened, and you were like, "This is it. This is the arm."
Well, it was that, and it was also a moment of encounters lose a lot of their oomph if
Chutzpah?
everybody knows what's happening, right? So I also needed to at the same time subvert his expectation while keeping it within the bounds of what we had talked about as being okay.
I agree completely.
So there was a little bit of like, okay, I need this to run out a very particular way, but I also am going to throw, instead of a death ward, it's going to be a sacrifice, just to throw that little bit of like, oh shit, into the mix for him to go, oh god, wait, what's happening? Hold on.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Belmo?
And the irony of that whole, or not the irony, but the humor, I think, of that whole fight was, James, you know, so you keep your mouth shut, but I'm gonna give you guys a guess as to what that entire encounter came from.
Was it a movie?
It was all inspired by one thing, and it was not a movie.
Well, okay, so are you asking what it was? Was it inspired by like a direct thing, like the fight, or was the idea inspired?
The fight itself.
Oh, I don't know. If it's something that I might. Would it be something that you think I would know, or we would know?
It might be because it was happening during the fight. That was the one
hurt
and only,
every single time.
The one and only time in this entire campaign that I took over Rhythm Bot.
Oh, see, I don't think I noticed that, but
Month it was.
because I have rhythm pretty low, so I don't think I noticed. But the whole time, all I could think about was this is like Goku versus Vegeta.
Oh.
That's like the whole thing I could think about.
I do remember you used your own music, right?
I did, because that entire fight, from the get-go, like from the moment of him, like from their backstory to the moment of him walking in to that moment
Wait,
of
you know what?
death and reincarnation.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, probably not the right answer. But when that whole thing with Gilad, was that his name? Being dead, and like this thing that like, it kept reminding me of like King from Seven Deadly Sins and like his best friend that like he could only see as opposed to everyone else. It was basically like his brother. And then he ended up, when King had his final fight at the end of like the first arc, he came and actually saved his life and ended up being this whole death thing. So I'm sorry if that's not it, but it was that like, go look that up. Like King from Seven Deadly Sins and like his like brother / best friend like that was dead because he killed him because he fell down a dark road. It is eerily similar.
Huh. That was not it, but I'm gonna have to look into it now because that sounds really cool. Yeah, everything about that, from their backstory to how they interacted with each other to everything, was all an album.
Which one?
Brothers of Metal. Well, sorry, 2 albums. I just kind of listened to all of their music on repeat, and they both came together. But if you look up the band Brothers of Metal, it's basically like Viking metal is the best way to describe it.
I do remember that.
Yeah, phenomenal band. Highly recommend a listen. But yeah, I'm sitting there one day, I'm listening to their music. I think it was while I was at the gym, and I was like, man, this is cool. And one of their songs came on, and I don't know if this is a normal thing that everybody does, or if this is just me and I'm a weirdo or what. But whenever there's a song playing in my,
Hold on, let me guess, because I was about to ask you this question. As a former like person who used to write creative stories, when you hear music, and oftentimes like you try to picture a scene or like an area or something that would like fit that music, and you go ham with it, like you create a whole thing.
Yep. But see,
Yep.
I don't.
Same.
I don't try to. It just kind
Nope,
of.
it just happens.
Yeah. And like, it'll just be the whatever scene is happening is just playing out in my head the entire time I'm listening to the music.
It was
Did
that one right there.
It was
Single year.
that exact fight, and I'm like, I'm sitting here, I'm watching these two dudes just like duel it out and fight, and I'm like, wait a second, I have a paladin in my campaign who is a servant of Tyr and who wrote into his backstory that he had an old friend that he grew up and trained alongside.
Yeah, which by the way,
Yeah.
Daspin in my backstory was never meant to be a bad guy. It just
Yeah.
that's how it played out. I
Gotta
put him in the
happen.
backstory, and
Yeah.
oh my gosh, because
So
he
then
sent me
So then
the
I
song.
sent him
Adam
the
has a
songs.
tendency to make people.
I sent
people
James
backstory.
the songs, and I was like, "Hey man, when you listen to these 4 songs in this order, what do you think of?" And he said it all, like he got the same image. He's like, "Yeah, I'm like 2 people are growing up next to each other. The one is like fight, or they start to fight. But the one doesn't want to give up, and then the one finally wins, but he's like holding him as he's crying, and he's dying, and it's all this stuff." And I'm like.
When I hit like that last statement,
Gotcha.
I
He
stopped for
immediately
a second,
stopped,
and
was
I
like,
was like,
"Oh, shit."
"You monster!"
Fuck.
It was like, "You better not." And he's just like,
This-
I'm
The
like,
thing that I
"Son of a
just
bitch."
posted in player chat, that's the album, right?
Oh, it's one of them.
I
Yeah, that one, and then there's another one that's all in red. Hold on. Let me just link my whole YouTube, because I have a YouTube playlist with all of their music, because it's so fucking worth it.
so,
nice.
so I have to say, like, I relate very deeply to that because I don't write short stories as much anymore, but I used to. Like, I have a whole high school like Microsoft 365 account full of all these things that I made. And I'm not into heavy metal as much as I should be. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I have an older brother, and he was really. I've explained this a few times. You have an older sibling that's into something, and as a result,
You're kind of
you don't end up really. No, you're not also into it. You actually no, quite the opposite. Your brother's into something, your older sibling, and as a result, it's not that you dislike it or anything, but just because of like proximity to like a lot of that stuff, you
Yeah.
end up not getting into it because it's not like it wasn't like a natural progression.
That was me and Josh with sports. He was a very
That
It
was-
was.
he was a very sports oriented person. I am not.
I that was me and my brother with like certain things we watch. He loved Naruto and a lot of different kinds of animes, and we almost watch completely different. I mean, I finally gotten back into Naruto. I ended up doing One Piece instead of Naruto, and Fullmetal Alchemist instead of like all. My brother and I have a great relationship growing up, but we love each other now. We do the same things. It's great.
Yeah. That tracks.
But I was a classically trained. I play a lot of different instruments, jazz, ska music, and anything else I can get my hands on. But I do the exact same thing every year in marching band. I would like play that music on loop in my head, not just practicing in my head, but also trying to think, what does this music make me think of? And I have a million stories about the things that I put my music that I've encountered in life. So that's really interesting. I love that.
But I
All
think
right,
we've
if
drifted far away
Yes.
from the current question.
So the current question was, where did the world come? Or actually, the current question was, how did you use expectations? I feel like we've done that pretty well, unless anyone else has anything to say towards that. But it's right around now that I would start moving into the more like character narratives and like story of the world stuff type questions, like for my clarification section.
Mm-hmm.
Unless anyone has anything to add before.
No.
It's time for some loose ends, baby. Let's go.
For some reason, I close my Google document. Fuck. Here we go. Okay. So couple warm-ups. So try to keep these ones a little bit shorter. What's your favorite location in the world so far?
Is this to me or to everyone?
Everyone.
Was Towerfall.
What are you talking about?
Oof.
It'll be Towerfall.
Hey,
No, really, I
Man,
love
that
that place.
hurt.
I did. Like,
shots fired.
Oh,
I
that
tell you,
hurt.
when Carthwin and Jurgen were going at it, I actually had to pull back a little bit because I realized that not only was Carthwin mad at the moment because he fully believed it was Jurgen's fault, but I turned and looked at myself and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like shaking. I'm actually mad right now. That's why towards the end of that whole conversation, I actually muted my mic and pulled back a little bit because, yeah, I was not happy with that.
I gotta
Yeah.
say, my favorite location was the island. Every map that was done there, I'm gonna guess James made those. Pretty well
Actually,
done. No.
actually not.
Those
All
were
right, Adam. Credit where it's due. The maps on there
Dude,
were
Yeah, they were pretty
The
great.
Underworld. Yeah, the Underworld one with the or the Underdark rather,
Oh, with the mushroom
with the
people?
Myconids.
Yeah.
Bro, that one. That was
Dude.
good.
I like
dude,
that
good
one.
on. The story you can all that was
My favorite maps there were the underwater ones.
especially the dream maps that happened.
Oh, that background. Yo, that background took me so long to get right. I dropped, like, I'm sitting here, I'm staring at this blank slate, and I'm like, okay, Dreamscape, black. No. Let's throw a little bit of purple in. No. What if we had it like clouds and we threw a little bit of blue in over top? But what
It's
about
I think when I'm trying to draw space, like on a picture on my iPad, I'm like, let me make the background entirely dark purple, and then I'll add some streaks of bright colors in there, and I'll use the blender tool to just make it look like open space.
The entirety of those maps is like 9 or 10 layers for the background, and then 4 stamps. Like the token, or the buildings and whatnot. The arena map that you guys would have fought the angry, I think I showed you the arena map, had
Yeah.
one stamp. It was just the arena, just plopped in the middle. But the background was so fucking much.
Okay. Josh, your favorite area?
So it's a two-piece for me. My favorite map, as much as I hated the fight, was the underwater map with the hag. It was either that or the Myconids. I can't pick between the two, but those are definitely my two favorite maps. But my favorite area, and call it bias, but was definitely the forest. Like,
Forest?
everybody hated the forest
No,
arc.
Are you kidding me?
I loved the because I guess because the forest arc was very Galanor centric, so it's kind of selfish of me.
No, you made it very interesting.
But dude, like, and that was also that was the first time that I even considered multi-classing into a warlock, and Loki just kind of gave me the way to do it. And because, like, and I was talking to Adam about it, I was like, with all the stuff that had happened in the forest, in like my home, quote unquote, made me so angry, almost to a point of, James, like what you were saying, of where like some of the things that happened, I was upset. Not Galanor, Josh was like legitimately upset. And it was really, it was cool for me to get like this Loki thing. And then I was talking to Adam about it. I was like, this is gonna be so bad when I'm a warlock of Loki and James is a paladin of Tyr. Like, this is gonna be the worst possible scenario.
You're lucky Carthwin didn't find out.
Yeah.
I'm
Good,
so
good thing we both died.
like Cork considered himself close to Galanor, and he really liked that they connected over their feelings towards how Loki was acting, like immediately after the dream sequence. Like, Cork wasn't immediately against it; he was also on the side of trying to rationalize that, not rationalize what he was doing, but trying to be like. That's also a little bit of me spilling into my own character, tricksters, the purposes behind what they do and everything. And I would have loved to explore that more had there not been an untimely demise.
Yeah, I loved the forest arc.
Adam, favorite area?
That's tough.
It doesn't have to be like your favorite place that you made or anything that's like close to you or whatever reason you feel.
So this one's
You
also
can even be like, fuck it, I don't like, like let's go back to soccer.
this one's also going to be a little bit biased, but I mean, Domain solely. Well,
How's that
Domain,
biased?
Domain and future places that I don't want to get into, which is kind of why it's difficult to answer. Because some of the maps that I have prepped for what you guys can do next is
Like I'm at 30 sessions to prep the Underdark.
some of these maps that I've been putting together. I'm like, man, I'm proud of this one. I like this one.
I'm scared because we haven't seen a lot of, not for fault of yourself, it's just the nature of the mess we've been playing it, but I'm scared because we haven't seen, I mean, like, most of us have a flying speed at this point, but a lot of them come with, like, conditions and stuff. We haven't seen a lot of, like, maps that are really hilly or have a rocky terrain where there's not a lot of space, or just a lot of maps that are, like, really ranging in elevation, and I'm scared to get to that map, and for, like, someone to fall off and be like, I'm down here.
Like all the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
we
fall down
had
we're
a little
basically
bit of
God.
that.
They
Had a
hit
little
the
bit of that
bottom-
with
They hit the
Druid
bottom,
Grove.
and Rel is
Yeah.
just kind of like, ooh, the fall didn't
That's
kill me
true.
instantly, that's worse.
Druid
That is true.
Grove
The
had a bit
Druid
of a fall.
Grove,
It
They
did.
the
did a
It
little
Druid
bit
did.
Grove
difficult.
could have
I said,
gone
yeah, I didn't say
really
that.
poorly with that too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cartman's
Because-
like basic leaps of faith.
Yeah, I jumped
That
to
was-
the tree and then had to try
yeah.
and jump back.
Yeah, that could have
Bastards.
gone very poorly.
Yeah.
So
So I'm scared for
honestly-
that to come up again.
what program do you use for that? Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. I
Chat?
didn't even realize chat was alive. I apologize, Chris. I use the Incarnate program, which is without a doubt the coolest tool I have ever gotten a hold of. Let me play with my stream a little bit here so you guys can see better. So I've currently
Really
got-
difficult to make Star Wars maps, though.
It is very
So
difficult to
difficult.
make Star Wars maps. So I'm gonna resize things a little bit. You guys are gonna
Didn't
see
realize you
my-
had chat term.
Yeah, you guys are gonna see my saved favorites. Don't judge me for the porn. I kid. I kid. There's no porn. I'm not brave enough to save porn on my computer. My wife would murder me. So Incarnate is super cool because it breaks everything down into like multiple layers. So I've got my masking tool where I can like cut things apart, so I can paint them in separate areas. It's got a really in-depth. So you can see down here. Let's just go to select all here. These right here are custom textures that I added, and I regret them. I've used them exactly once and never again. I'm just gonna stick with what they offer because like they offer so freaking much. Like it just keeps going, and you can make anything from watercolor to HD to parchment, large scale regional stuff. I usually stick to the HD because I like it more. But
Does that cost money or
no.
or is it like you get a free access to something that you have to pay?
Yeah. That, so it is I use it too, but Dungeon Painter Studio. I'm just bad. That's fair. It is a free program, but if you pay into the premium subscription, you get access to everything. I
Highly recommend the
Yeah,
premium
it's-
subscription.
How much?
It's 100% worth it if you do this kind
I
of
would
thing.
love to. With it, so that's the thing I love about this new. So for anyone who is listening and doesn't know, I just recently got a new setup. I was really tired of Roll20 freezing on me and my laptop dying and everything, and it's basically about time. I got a new setup, gaming PC, the works, everything. I even just recently finished installing the new RAM in it. 16 gigs now as opposed to 8. Had to take the original 8 out, but that's perfectly fine. Not that really changes any of the browser things. But I love that I can like ask that now and basically be like, yeah, let me download this and like not have to worry that like it's not going to install or it's going to be really laggy when I try to drag everything.
Yeah. There is another paint tool that I used in the past. I'm not sure if it's Dungeon Painter. But there is one other tool that I used Dungeon Fog in the past. That's a good one as well because it's a lot more it's a lot more handholdy, I would say. Like Dungeon Fog will walk you through the process, and it like literally will just kind of pre-do things for you, right? So if you're making a wall and you click and drag over an area, it'll make a wall in that area, and then it'll kind of populate things around it that it thinks make sense, which is really nice for people getting into map making. Incarnate does not do any of that. The program will not touch your map. It gives you a blank slate and says, "Here you go, have fun." And that works best for me. But
I got you.
I've,
No, that's great
from
because
what
like
I've
I'm
seen-
feeling the same way with Painter's Kit right now. I'm using a very basic drawing app, but I need to like upgrade to a full one.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. I do have to get into Foundry. But yeah, from what I've seen, Dungeon Fog is great too. I just don't use it personally. That is also something I talked to Chris about this a little while ago. There is a rival to Roll20 called Foundry,
Yep.
Yeah.
which we might need to look into. It looks real good. The only downside to it is obviously first and foremost, the biggest downside. If we move over to Foundry, we're restarting. Like we'd be able to keep the same story and the same characters and everything, but we have to reload everything into the system.
Is it okay?
Which is
Yeah.
terrifying.
Oh, is it still being updated?
From what Chris is saying right now, it looks like it was just updated and upgraded, so it seems like it's on par. And he's shown me some of the things it can do. I've hopped on his Foundry before, and it's pretty cool. The other downside to it on my end, I would have to pay for it, but that's whatever. And then
Didn't you already pay for our 20? Like,
yeah, exactly. So I would just cut the Roll20 subscription and jump to Foundry subscription.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's whatever. However, the major downside to it, unless they've changed this, Chris, and it's the only thing that's kind of making me hesitate, because I've seen how often you guys will get on and just like play around. You cannot access Foundry unless the owner, because each Foundry game is its own little mini server, right? So like I would essentially be purchasing a piece of the website and I hold on to it, right? And anytime that I'm on
I
and
understand.
active, you guys would be able to go in there and do whatever you want. But if I'm not on, you guys can't
Then the
access
server
it.
shuts down.
Right. Which, I mean, granted,
Gotcha.
I'm also on most of the time, so like it's not huge, but it's just kind of inconvenient, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, here's an idea, because I know that at least you, me, and James have talked about. I'm sure you've talked with other people too. But with potential follow-on story arcs, maybe we do like the next arc in Foundry and do like a head-to-head and see which one's better.
That's fair. It's worth it.
Um,
It's worth a look. That's really what I've gotten from it. Is like, it seems, if nothing else, it definitely seems worth checking out. It's just
Yeah.
it's a good system, and 5e Tools is migrating all of their support over to it, so it's getting more consistent.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, it's getting more consistent and better upgrades from 5e Tools. So like, it seems worth it. You get yourself a free server to host the game. Okay, so there is a fix to this. You get a free server to host the game. Oh, so like you can keep it up all the time on its own server instead of just hosting it yourself. Which
I mean, that's
honestly,
leading back into that new technology that Google's doing the same thing, which is basically stream running things.
yeah, which honestly would probably be better for me because my laptop is not great, and trying to host a server would probably not go well for me. So that, Chris, you gotta fill me in on that one a little more as you go. What the? Oh, Moobot just dropped my fucking Moobot. I have that thing. Okay,
Moderator?
I am the worst streamer in all of history. I have my Moobot set to post 3 things every 10 minutes. It's supposed to post my World Anvil, my Discord, and our player list. It took like 4 months for me to remember to update the player list. So for the longest time, Josh, you didn't exist, and we were still playing with Suki.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still there. It's still on World Anvil.
Yep. It still posts my World Anvil, which I have not updated in a long freaking time.
The last session
Yeah.
was Ruins of Shock.
Like, I should get back into the World Anvil because it's super nice and I love it, but it's so much work. It's so much work.
Dude, if you ever do it again, or if you want to do this one, you should ask the players to pitch in a little bit
Yeah.
with certain things, because there's absolutely within our ability to create some of those pages for characters, for things like that. There are obviously some things that only you can do because only you know about certain PCs for like certain areas, but there's definitely some things that we can help with, like because that's basically asking you to make like a whole wiki web, like of
Yeah.
things. And like that's
And
It's
that's
a
crazy.
lot.
I actually looked when I was making Asher. I was actually looking at the World Anvil to try and like find some of the things about the house.
Mhm.
And I looked, I was like, oh, there's nothing in here. And I was like, man, like I should come in here and like fill some of this stuff out for him.
Because you can, yeah,
But-
yeah.
And you absolutely can. Like, it is still an up and running thing. Everybody still has access to it. Like, you
Can
guys
we
can go in
create
and edit
pages
whatever you-
and links on it?
I believe so. I don't know. I haven't played with it.
Totally sidebar, but yesterday went for my second out of 3 sessions for my tattoo. Dropped in chat current status, and in 2 weeks I get all of it colored. Very excited.
It's so
Aw,
good.
dude.
It's so good. I love it so much.
Yeah, everything's gonna stay the same except the balls will get colored in with their respective colors, and then obviously the Pokemon themselves will get their respective colors, and it's I'm very excited.
Let's get into character stuff. Finally.
Send it. I'm here for it.
Okay. So the first question I have, so these are more specific questions instead of like abstract questions, so you have to forgive me if I'm not asking. Which obviously this is probably more the portion where like you guys are probably having more questions and stuff, so feel free to just jump right on in. But the first question I have, because obviously I tried to go to World Anvil and I didn't, so I ended up just kind of combing through what are they? Some of the old sessions, and I came up with these. So the first question is for Galanor.
Okay.
And the question goes as follows: did Galanor ever have, whether it be in his backstory or during the campaign, any like really memorable rough experiences with like nature of the forest? Like, did it hurt him? Did it upset him? Did something happen that he didn't understand? Does he think that the like nature or the forest ever tested his patience or his loyalty? And if so, does Galanor feel that he has a better understanding of the forces of nature in the forest for having gone through it? Side note, does it have anything to do with why he's like the druid of Lord of the Flames, or was that something he was just born into?
So
Sorry, that was a lot.
no, it's really good.
Thank you.
So Circle of Wildfire was definitely a spur of the moment choice based off of Adam, and not in no way do I mean that he pushed me to do this. However, I didn't know, because again, like, remember, I'm going off of 3.5, so like I'm looking through a player's handbook and that's all I've got. I didn't even know, like, I didn't know what 5e tools was. I didn't know that, like, Xanathar's Guide to Everything, like, what are you talking about? What is that? Like, all of these additional books and everything, I had no idea. So I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking a druid, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, we got a couple different options. And then he says Circle of Wildfire. I'm like, wait, what? And he's like, oh, dude, if it sounds cool just by the name, wait till I explain it to you. And then he explained it to me, and I was like, I don't care what any of the other classes are, that's going to be the one.
I remember.
And so, yeah, and so then
How would
I
you
just kind
explain it in your backstory?
so that, I guess everything kind of always revolved around a hidden anger, and it, I played it a lot off of Sylvanas, actually, of where, like, the father, he knows and supports when things need culled or when things need trimmed back, right? Like the tree can't grow. The tree will choke itself out if it's not trimmed. So some things just need to be removed. And so that was kind of my theory of like, I will be the remover. It also played in with the way that his parents died because he was taken in by a druid. That's how he learned his skills. His parents died by a plague, and that it was so we lived, grew up outside of Towerfall on the north end, and then there was also this is like 100 years ago or 150 years ago, but there was, before Towerfall was ever like a real established city, when it was just like a village, there was a plague that virtually like wiped it out, and people from, and Adam, if I'm misspeaking, correct me, but it was a village, basically a plague came through and killed a ton of people, almost to the point of where like Towerfall was no more, and Galinor's parents were part of that. And so like the region looked and was like, hey, we can repopulate Towerfall now that the plague's gone, because everybody died from it.
That's perfect, because like one of the clarifications for that question was just like labeled as, were there any moments where like Galinor's I'm sure if anyone here has any like formal or like any experience in story writing, you know that there's this phrase used to describe a moment in a character's existence, a dynamic character's existence, that we call their loss of innocence. Not to be funny or anything, but I was going to ask, does Galenor, would Galenor consider that sort of a moment of like a loss of innocence, like his parents died and he had to realize that sometimes, you know, the destruction of things is necessary for other things to take their place?
Yeah, and that was that was kind of where I went with it, was this druid, through his teaching, showed me that like, well, no, the father says that, you know, things must die in order to live. And so with him seeing that so deeply in his backstory, or like in his character development, that really stuck with him. And so he just like, it started off as an anger, and that's where his attraction to fire came, but then he used it as a growing tool. And but the moment of disappointment, and so like I think that you're absolutely right, and like that was the character development for how he became who he was. But then like modern day, okay, we're a party now, the true moment of disappointment came the moment we stepped into the forest for the first time, because I hadn't been to the forest in a couple years because I'd been trying to find out what was going on with it. And the moment we stepped in the forest, and it wasn't lively, it was dark and uninviting, and there was, you remember like the tanglefoot that was all over the ground and everything. Yeah. That was why, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but this was me also learning like how to use Roll20. I wanted it to be a subtle thing between Adam and I should have just popped it into Discord. But I wanted Galenor to use Skywrite and write up in the sky, why have you done this? Or like, why, or something like that. And it was me like asking the forest, like, how has this happened? What has caused this? To whoever is out there that sees this, I want an answer.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I asked that question. It's such a satisfying answer, you have no idea.
Yeah. And so like me being an idiot, not knowing how to use Roll20, I just popped it into the Roll20 chat, and it kind of didn't go anywhere. But I had this idea of like somebody noticing, like just one person in the party noticing why in the sky in like big cloud letters, and nobody really being able to understand. And that was like me trying to put like a character arc into the story almost. But again, like me just being dumb, I didn't I didn't really know how to do it. But yeah, that was a very emotional moment for Galanor.
I love that. It kind of like also brings to light something that you mentioned when you came in. Like, there's a yin and a yang to everything. And like, yeah, creation and destruction can be considered their own yin and yang, but there's also like the evil and the good to everything. Not all creation is good. Not all creation is evil, and like it's wonderful. Gonna use that word again. It's wonderful how Galanor's expectations were subverted, that like he always knows that destruction is necessary and that sometimes things need to go away to make room for new things and all like this great stuff. And then that was just challenged so hard when he stepped into that forest, and like this is a form of destruction. The forest is being destroyed and something else is being created in its wake, and it's not finished. It can still be saved, but it's this whole moment where Galanor had to do this huge backpedal, because everything that we worked towards to restore the original order of that forest, if you think about it, it's completely against everything that Galanor has ever done. He's literally undoing the destruction of something by using destruction. But you know, it's one of those things that I would love to sit here and like just philosophically talk about for like hours. Thank you.
Galanor was and that's why I like the forest arc so much, was because I didn't put, like, I put thought and time, as much time as I had anyway. I put time and thought and effort into his backstory, but I didn't put that much. And so, like, just through experiencing the game and as it developed, I learned about his backstory. And it was, it was really cool. Like, it was a good experience for me as like an old player getting back into it, so essentially a new player. But yeah, it was pretty cool.
Thanks, Josh. Any comments on that before my next question's for Hello?
No, keep on going, man. You're killing it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, on the note, like, little side note, like, I mean, I really do need to hit home when I yeah, I was like the person people fear, but also people appreciate a good, like, it was like an art form, like manifesting like questions. Like, the last thing you wanted was to like for someone to ask like a stupid question like at the end of one of your presentations or something. So often people would ask me like, hey, can you like pose this kind of a question, or like, can you like ask me a couple questions? Like, I'd be like, absolutely, let's do this. There's nothing there's nothing more because like I never did it on purpose. Like, I was genuinely curious when people would like present and stuff like that, so we just have a question or two ready. But it never came to a head more than when I was in one of my last teacher education classes, where we practiced interviews on one another. And I'll never forget my professor for that course coming up to me and be like, you know, you'd be a really good interviewer, Ruben, because they gave us these kind of preset questions and stuff. And my partner, they didn't half-ass it, but they just kind of like went down the list and asked me all the questions, which of course we all knew how to answer. But when it was my turn to interview them, I was like, I want to give you a real experience as to how it's going to, because we were practicing interviews for like being a teacher one day. So I chose to rephrase the questions on the sheet and also tack on a little bit more and like speak towards what they had like mentioned involving the content. And I didn't get like flack for it, but the people I interviewed, there were like people came up to me and be like, can you like do the same for me? Or like they'd be like, wow, that was really like, I had to think about those. Like, I feel like that was the same anxiety you get during an interview. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of my thing, trying to make people think.
Kind of what I'm going for.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you. Anyways, Karthwin.
Oh.
Very simple question.
Oh.
What the hell is your oath?
Glory. He was a glory paladin.
No. What did Karthon interpret it as?
What did he interpret it as? I mean,
there seem to be many moments in the campaign where I don't know. So this might be a good clarification or a good like loose ends thing. I don't think it was ever made. If it was, I'm sorry if I missed it, because I did try to comb through the stream to try and find it, but I couldn't find it. I don't think it was ever made clear what those like oath or like those points that Karthon kept track of were in favor for like his oath and like being like good and stuff like that. So What? First of all, what was that?
That was
And
piety.
second of all, that was piety.
Paladin.
And how does Carthwin interpret his oath and like choose to enforce it or like hold it up? Like,
Okay.
So,
Hold on.
1 second, because I'm trying to pull up.
Yeah. While you pull that up.
First off, the exact points of what his
I don't know if that
piety
was
relied
supposed to
on.
be secret because like I feel like no one asked that of like.
No, and it was pretty, I guess, evident with the power that he was gaining through
Yeah.
what he was doing,
Yeah.
and the fact that at times that would diminish because of certain things he would do.
While you're pulling
Um,
that up, Delta, we have a question for you.
Oh, what? What? Huh? What?
Delta, I know you're relatively new to Roll20. Do you think this has enhanced your ability to roleplay, or do you think face-to-face is better?
I'd have to answer that question by delving a little bit into like not my private life, but like my personal life for a second, which is that the reason I decided to I knew Connor, a good friend, my personal good friend, like love him to death, known him for a while, had mentioned to my first group that he couldn't meet on Friday nights because he was Subvert. And I thought for a time that it was a face-to-face group because he always said he had to be home by 9, and I was like, wow, that's an interesting time. But like, I always drove him home. I left him there, and it was great. But I had been reaching this point in my previous group because we haven't met in a while, but it's mostly just because we're all kind of settling into our own jobs now. Where like I was starting to get into a little bit like a little bit of a slump, and like I wasn't doing as like great. I wasn't loving the roleplay as much anymore, and there were several contributing factors. And I thought to myself, I need a return. I need a return to like raw, like the structure, just like everything. So I asked Connor like, hey, would your Friday group be okay? Like, I really want to like get back into it. And I didn't know it wasn't face to face again, and he didn't like tell me that until like the last moment. So I had to like panic download all this stuff. And I came in, and you guys were really wonderful, very patient with me, trying to like figure things out and like do things. And obviously my like knowledge in the rules had, like I've read the handbook many times, but like my knowledge of the rules was still like trying to come back to me. And throughout the process of kind of integrating myself into here, and you guys just being so welcoming, everything, and putting up with my personality, because as I'm sure Connor would tell you, I'm a very proud individual. Like, I'm not afraid to share things, and I'm very outspoken. And I'm sorry for talking way too much during yesterday's session. It's my way of saying these things. But I'd never done online role playing before, and it was a little hesitant at first. I definitely love this. Like, this is amazing. Like, I thought it would be weird and laggy over calls, but it's very clear. And once I learned how to use Roll20 and like having this ease, I think the ease of access to maps is a huge draw. Like in using the maps, because it can be really difficult to like, handle and time consuming for like maps in real life and things like that. So I guess to being. Okay, well, you don't have to rub it in. I know who that is, but I'm still. I am a little sorry. I know I talk like too much, guys, and it's like stuff like that, and I try to sort it down. At the end of the day, it's my personality. I can't really do a lot about it. I don't think it's enhanced my ability to play, but I do think it's helped me return to that place that I really wanted to get back in touch with, which was making the characters for the sake of making characters and really getting back into the role play. So to anyone out there who's like in like to the 5 people that are currently tuning into our stream, if there's anyone out there that feels like in their current group or like with the current kinds of campaigns that they're playing, like that they just have been steadily decreasing in their ability to roleplay or anything, I'm not saying take a break, but I am saying that like Roll20 and like its ease of access to all of these like mechanics and all D&D is a very fun and easy way to try and get yourself back into that, like maybe that tune into that like original reason you might have started playing. And I want to thank you guys a lot for letting me in here and entertaining me with these campaigns and this friendship. But it's over now. I'm sorry, I was lying the whole time, and I don't care about any of you, so I'm just gonna leave now and go back to my old life.
If I may,
Please.
I, with this being my first time back, I found it obviously slightly difficult to learn at the very beginning. And like it wasn't, I shouldn't even say that, it wasn't difficult to learn. It was just like learning something new, right? But it was so rewarding because I think that like the fact that how easy it is, like, I mean, I know it's a lot of work for you, but let's just say that you take the easy way out, quote unquote, right? Like, let's call it the easy way, and you just run a book campaign.
Huh.
You go on Roll20, you pay $20, and now you have a full session. They give you maps, they give you characters, they give you icons. Like, you can do everything so easily, relatively, obviously. But like, I think this is such a cool ability to have. That is, yeah, it made getting back into it so much easier for me.
Yeah.
If you don't believe how easy it is to get into this, I can share a short anecdote. A couple of months after I joined, there was actually an old group of friends from high school. They were seniors when I was freshman, and we were marching bands. We were all together, and they had posted this ad on Facebook that they've been wanting to get into D&D, and they posted this ad on Facebook like, I'm trying to start this thing, I'm trying to do this thing, and I commented and I said, you can use like 20 and all this thing, and they put their Discord link to their. I joined that chat group. And it ended up being too many campaign sessions per week for me, so I had to like drop out of that area. But none of them had any knowledge about Roll20 whatsoever, and I barely had any of my own at that point. So like, here I am in this Discord chat, and they're kind of asking me questions and like, trying to figure out how to do things. And one of them like is DMing, and I'm like, oh my god, I barely know how to work a character, let alone like how to use. But there's a lot of helpful videos on YouTube. I like looked up all this stuff, and I helped the DM set up some other things, and like we didn't even have character tokens. We used Pokemon as character tokens. I think I was my favorite Pokemon forever, which will always be Poochyena, and someone was a Gengar, and it was great. And before we knew it, it was only like a couple days, and we had all these people come in here, and yeah, we all still had a raw, basic understanding of how everything worked, but we were able to run this like Christmas, because it was around winter, so it was like this Christmas theme thing. And
Nice.
we ran a whole session with like encounters in characters and like dynamic maps and all this stuff, and we still barely knew what we were doing. So it's a great way.
I'm really glad that you kind of hopped in there, Josh, because that was as soon as he finished, I was about to say, okay, so let's hear from Josh, because I know your experience. I remember us playing on a on a blank white piece of paper that BJ would like scribble a grid onto real quick, or we would just throw it out entirely and just use Theater of the Mind. I remember those days, so I was curious to see how it was working for you.
And it's funny too, because when I failed attempt, right? But when I tried getting Kayla into it, and even her and I actually, she humored me and tried again, like 2 weeks ago. And all I did was I went, so we have a Chromebook, and it's very good with drawing. And so I just went into, because we were doing Horde of the Dragon Queen, I think.
Yep.
And so I just took the Horde of the Dragon Queen map that we needed, downloaded it as a picture, put it as the background for the in the Painter studio. Luckily was able to drop a grid onto it through one of the features on the Chromebook, and then I was just drawing a J or a K and then numbers for the enemy, and then I had like pictures of the enemy in a different tab. So like we were fighting kobolds, right? So I was like, okay, this is what it looks like. This is number 1. This is number 2. And so I put yeah, but like I mean, it's a mixture of like having something used, but then theater of the minding it. It was, I mean, it's super easy, but like, man, roll 20 is so much better.
It's great. So two quick things, and then we'll jump back to James. It's spelled with a
Ooh.
K. Two quick things, and then we'll jump back to James talking about his piety score, because I was thoroughly enjoying
yeah.
piety. That was a cool little feature that I stumbled across, and I was like, hey, you're doing this thing. Let's do this thing. First and foremost, Josh, I know it is Dark 30 there, and then we're about to actually play it too. So if you have to bounce at any point to get some sleep before the game, please don't
Oh no,
hesitate.
I'm good.
And then for anybody who is trying to do DMing and doesn't know what the hell they're doing, roll 20. Even if you're playing face to face, like I like playing face to face, but having access to roll 20 to give you those maps and have all of those tools available, rolls automatically calculated for you, so you're not stressing over math. Doing all of that stuff is all built into the system. Using a VTT, whether it's roll 20, Foundry, whatever, highly recommend it, even for your at-home games, because if you can get a computer, HDMI that bitch up to a TV, and have your whole party sitting around looking at the TV and like playing actively and seeing everything move, or if you are super fancy and rich and you have those like tables that people build the screens into, and you can like move your tokens around on this table, but you can just flip between maps on a dime. It is the greatest thing. Like, it is the best addition I could ever recommend to any kind of tabletop, and I would swear by a VTT any day. But yeah, James, continue, please.
Yes. Piety. Yeah, so for the actual points of piety, we went off the scaling for the god Eros in one of the newer books. I forget which one.
Mythic
But-
Odyssey of Theros.
Yeah, that. And essentially just flavor texted it to tier because it made sense. But I would earn piety through 4 different points and lose piety through 3. Or I would earn would be achieving a great victory, overcoming long odds honorably, defeating a skilled foe in single combat, or winning a great feat of strength or skill. And then I would lose piety for showing cowardice in battle, besting an honorable foe through deceit, or harming innocents or non-combatants. And essentially, depending on how much piety I would earn, I would get certain spells or abilities
Boom.
based upon that. Yeah, tunes. But
So how did Parkwood interpret his? What did it mean to him?
I mean, for the most part, it was essentially his livelihood, and it was also a great deal of what I had built Carthwin around, which is why, for most part, Carthwin and Jurgen did not get along. Carthwin did not really care about the crime and thievery. That, I mean, to a certain degree, he could understand why Jurgen was doing it. He more cared about the deceit, the lying, the ill will of what was being done. Mostly that. He wasn't a cop or anything, so he didn't really care about the crime. That is what it is. But you know, do what you do to gotta live. Do what you gotta do to live. There we go. Words are hard. But yeah, he tried to be a good guy.
Okay.
Which is another reason why in that final battle, I even told you all that if one of you were to die, Carthwin was going to die too, because there was no way he was going to leave anybody behind. A large portion of that was based upon his piety, because if he would have ran, then he not only would have lost piety, but it would have gone against exactly what his oath is.
Personally speaking, that hits. because one of the last thing Quark remembers of Karthwin was him like forget he threw something at him, and I can't remember what it was. I have to look back in the stream, and he told him to like get the hell out of here because like their quest and like everything like because like at the time at that turn in combat, it seemed like everyone except for Quark was about to like fight the dudes. And that's one of Quark's last memories of Karthwin, just Karthwin telling him to go fucking save yourself, like get out of here. You need to keep going, like tell and like figure out like what the hell's going on. And that like I'll always regret never like properly playing that out with Quark. Like the kind of trauma or like emotional problems that would cause a person, kind of pressure or that kind of like last sentiment to a person. And knowing what Karthwin's like oath was and what it meant to him now just makes that sting all over again. Because now I know what it meant to Karthwin, and I'm like, ah. So thank you.
Why?
He was trying to give a last bolster to his allies that he knew he would not see again.
By the way, side note, I do have. This is a browser only.
As far as I know, yeah.
I wish there was an app.
Yeah. I believe they're looking into making like a mobile-friendly version.
I meant like like an application I could download with its own standalone program.
Adam, you have a question from chat.
Yeah, I was about to say, Adam, if there was a character interaction that you would change that was relatively important from player character to NPC or vice versa, what would it be?
Oh, I like that one. We've got our own questions coming in. It's awesome.
If there was an interaction that I would change, so to make my life easier, I would have changed the chant interaction with the Inquisitor, solely because I had a whole that would have led the intent there was never for Chant to get killed. The intent there was for Chant to get captured, and then that leads to a whole arc of you guys having to do a prison breakout, which obviously that means now all of that whole section is getting picked up and dropped in the trash can because it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So to make my life easier, I would probably change that. However, that is also one of the greatest and will probably stay one of the most memorable moments of the campaign. So that's when it comes to interactions and changing and altering and doing this and that, I just really wouldn't. I've found that of all of the things where I'm sitting there going, God damn it, it usually turns out to be some of the best moments out there.
Yeah, I think that was pretty epic. It was.
I just don't even understand what happened.
I don't either, and I think that's what makes it so good. Is it was almost like I hate to say it this way because it makes it sound like I'm digging at him, and I promise I'm not. But it was almost like he was so stupid that he couldn't be wrong because of how dumb he was.
Well, and it also hit me in the face, and I was like, "Wow, we really have not told this guy anything,
dude."
He's just here sitting at a dock, just chilling, just doing what he does.
That's his life song right now.
He's just Chant is just vibing, and honestly, I love it so much.
Yeah, it's epic. I love it.
That's actually I'll share this Google Doc with all of you afterwards so you can see what questions I had. But that's essentially question number 10. That was question number 10 under Dungeon Master questions. And it says, do you think that there's any if you had to change one thing game, whether it be mechanics, story, or role playing, what would it be? If you had to start all this over and you had to do everything over, what would be different? And I think that answers it pretty well.
So if I had to change anything, not specifically a character to NPC interaction or anything like that, I would have changed the forest art. I would have swapped up how that went, because that I had fully had the Underdark prepped and like ready for you guys to move on. Like that was where the story was gonna continue, right? That was where you guys move on, start dealing with the syndicate, and start doing all of this. And y'all just said nah. And
Oh yeah.
I'm sitting here I'm sitting here backpedaling, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. So like that whole island, the Isle of the Lost, when I say that was never a thing, I mean the week beforehand, I'm sitting here with my head in my hands like, what the fuck do I do now? And I'm
So,
like,
knowing
okay,
what you know now, if you wanted to, you could go back and put the entrance to the Underdark somewhere outside of the forest. And there might have been more motivation to continue with that.
Well,
yeah,
Because
because there
everyone
was
just
one
wanted
inside the
out.
forest, though,
well,
and in
there
fact,
was.
it's where your
There was.
master was.
Yeah, everyone doesn't
So-
want.
Or
There
is.
was also a portion of let's not go in the Underdark.
yeah, and that's entirely reasonable because you guys were only level 8, level 9 at the time. Like, 100%. I got it. I get it.
I'm a
Like,
fill
yeah.
tool on this program.
Fill tool? Yeah, so when
Yeah, I
you're...
want to change the background from ocean to not ocean.
So click on the brush tool and go up to the top and you'll see your shapes. Go to shape and go to either rectangle, circle, hexagon, or polygon, whatever works for your particular
I can't
space.
just change the entire background at once.
Well, if you're looking for the entire background, go to rectangle, drag it over the whole map, and hit apply.
You're right. You're right. Thank you.
But yeah, so that would be, and there. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are other entrances to the Underdark outside of the forest. There's a lot actually, but I was like, I'm sitting there the week beforehand, and I'm like, okay, Jurgen is running because Jurgen wants to make money. How are we gonna make money? Raid. Okay, what are we raiding? Hordes. I need creature with hordes. Okay, this is a water creature, so let's put it on an island. Like I was stressed the fuck out for that entire week trying to figure out where do I go from here. So that would be if I could alter anything to make it a little easier on myself, it would have been like from the forest you went down in the places. Because I had a whole interaction with Arasta, there was a whole like spider lair, there was all these things that were prepped, and now I'm just sitting here like,
Why?
I can make this map as big as I want. Yeah.
pretty much, yeah. You can make them chunky boys.
Chunky boys. All right. Okay. What's next? Let us see. Okay. This one still counts. I think this one still counts as like loose ends. So, one of the things that we all noticed going through the first few sessions was that, and as many people pointed out a few times, there hadn't really been like a sit down, like, and a clarification between the characters as to what everyone wanted / what they wanted to do / where they wanted to go, and things like that. And that ended up being to kind of our detriment in later sessions because we were kind of all out of sync. And try as I may, or try as many of us did, like we couldn't really get like a sit down until I don't know. I think on the boat was when we finally decided, or maybe it was after we had left. After two player characters died after the temple. So the question kind of comes down to this. It's a very specific one. The watches overnight. It's a very after doing my own research. It's a very good way to kind of get a foot in the door with like characters interacting with each other and seeing what dynamics are. Does anyone feel like we took that too far? Like we limited our interactions to only when people were asleep and the people who were like during, which is whenever we just like decided to like say things to each other?
I do.
Like it was. You do?
Yeah, I mean, we did spend a lot of time on the road together.
Because
Yeah,
it's
we did,
great,
yeah.
but it's also like it got our foot in the door. But then I feel like as time went on, we like limited ourselves, and I feel like a lot of people were in the know about some things, but not in the know about others. And the only
Right.
reason for that was because they just happened to be the person awake when everyone else was asleep.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you all behind the DM screen a little bit here. there's a lot of times where you'll hear me say, is there anything else you want to do while you're here? Is there anything you do while you're on watch? Is there any, like, there's a lot of times where I step back and I open the door for you guys. Like, hey, this is your time. Use your time, right? Not always, but frequently, the answer is, I'm good. That's all. Whatever. And I'm like, okay. And I move on because I am 100% never the person to push your story, right? I am happy to keep on rolling. I've got us prepped for like 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks at a time. I'll just keep on moving.
Wants to be sleeping beauty today, but that's his prerogative.
Yeah, like, hey, you need your beauty sleep? You need your beauty sleep. I got it. Let's keep rolling. And I'll just move. But, like, please, 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 never, ever hesitate to take the time. Like, this is you guys' story as much, if not more, than it is mine. I am just here to provide the framework, and I'm happy to do so. Like, take the opportunities, roll with it. Like, invest in your characters and each other, and this game gets so fucking cool.
I'll tell you, there were so many, and it's not just because like we weren't talking. And obviously, I love to talk, but there were so many things that I wanted to be a part of when, like, you know, people were sleeping, and like it was like, oh, who are they gonna wake up to? And okay, let me be clear here. I never thought it was like favoritism or anything, but anytime that like someone got woken up for watch, I'm just like, damn, I don't get to be a part of that conversation, or damn, I'm not gonna be able to like role play or recognize that in the character, in like that character later, and try to build a better relationship with this character. And I would always just be like, yeah, because like, and I didn't want to try to force it because I'm like, I don't want to be a person, like, you know, I don't want to come off as like pushing like too hard. Like, I'm not here to try and make you like, you know, I'm not here to try and make you be friends with me.
Yeah, that's something kind of true, and I feel like it's something that we've brought onto ourselves. I can't remember how it came up, but I heard the statement. It was probably like on TikTok or something, of where like, do you have? Oh no, it was when I was searching for another game on Roll20. I was trying to like join another game, and well, I am now, but somebody posted the comment. They made the comment, this will be a very RP heavy session versus being like a very combat heavy session, and it made me stop to think. I was like, I wonder what ours is. And I saw this right as we were headed to the island, I guess, probably somewhere around there. And from like up until then, I would have said it was very mixed. And then once we got like, now that we're past the island, I think that everything was kind of, or like once we got to the island, I think everything had such RP potential and we didn't take advantage of it, and it became very combat focused. And I think that if we as players would have slowed down a little bit and like talked things over, and not like we did it wrong or anything, like obviously like you can't do it wrong, right?
No, I'd agree, because after the dream sequence in the island, I feel like that was a huge thing we missed. Like, everyone woke up after that, like, we had that huge countdown, like, let's get this fucking dream spell off, and then we had this huge triumphant return of all the characters in the dream, and we all made it out, and then it was immediately bum rushed into the forest until, like, the next encounter. It's like, wait,
yeah,
floor here, and like, I feel like some of us maybe didn't speak out. I feel like some of us wanted to do that, but like, it just kind of like, we just like went to the next thing, and it's just, and then they freaking died.
Yeah, exactly. So like, we'll never know what would have came from that.
Yeah.
Like we very well, and like, and it's crazy to think of like what if, but it's very reasonable to say that Galanor and Karthwin could still be alive if we would have just literally taken 5 minutes to talk.
Yeah.
That's what
entire moment right there was quite possibly what set the tone for the entirety of the island. Because that was a one-shot, and it was just like, okay, yeah, here's this thing that happens while people are asleep because we had some people out today. Do what you will with it. And then when it was over, like you said, everybody just started bum rushing, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's how we're rolling with the silence. So that's what the island.
We're not going to talk about this?
Yeah, so
Was
the
it-
island ended up becoming this very heavy combat sequence because, like, I was like, okay, that's what you guys want with this one. That's how this is gonna go. So yeah, we'll roll with it.
I
And,
tried
yeah.
because after everything happened after I'm not. I mean, when I want to be like, sure, yeah, I can get into it, but some days like the creative juices just keep flowing, and I really couldn't find the exact words to put across during the session. But I remember having Corp just kind of sit there and say, because obviously to go and you're gonna have to talk, trying to figure out that is slightly crooked out. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I'm watching you make the math like as we're talking.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to figure out what different tools do. I tried to have Corp make his piece at that campfire, and I remember one of the big things. This happened because we weren't talking to each other. There were so many things that we didn't know about each other that we wanted to do, and he couldn't help but like bring up to the party that it just felt like if everyone was open about what they were thinking and speaking about, that none of it would have ever came to us. That was just because we never really spoke to it. And I don't know if it got lost because like, it was like the middle of a big secure or anything like that, but I don't know that anyone ever really responded. And it just kind of like it just reminds me, it hits home.
Yeah. I would definitely, without a doubt, especially coming off of my Friday campaign like 8 hours ago, or sorry, 9 hours ago now, I would definitely say confidently that this is a much more RP focused group. And you guys do take those opportunities, like when you guys talk to each other, shit gets real. But there's a lot of opportunities to talk to each other that you don't take, and that's fine. Don't get me wrong. This is not me saying, "Oh, you guys need to talk." Like, that's not me. This is y'all's game. This is y'all's play. Play it how you will, but just know that I will always leave the door open, and you can always take that time. Like, if you guys want to go over something or you want to stop and talk, we stop and talk. We're either traveling now or we're resting at camp or whatever. I will make that space available for you guys to hash it out. Never feel like you're forced into keep rolling. Even if one person is just gonna continue rolling, like, say something about it. In character, call out to them and be like, hey, we need to figure this out, right? Like, there's always opportunities, and I will always make those opportunities available.
It just reminds me like of something my best friend says in any campaign, whether it be raw D&D, your own thing, just another campaign, like system. We play what we know, and some people after playing for a long time can really get into playing all these different characters. But at the end of the day, some aspects of that, your persona, your flaws, your greatest aspects as a player, they'll always shine through. Sometimes like that little bit like sneaks through there, and like sometimes it just pays to be like wary that like I know that I will have a tendency to kind of talk way too much, and I'm doing it right now. So like anytime I'm like talking an extended period of time, just okay, let me step back. Or anytime that it seems, I always ask myself a question before I enter a conversation. And I not a question, but I always tell myself, like, do not try and like change like conversation. You're not trying to make this like about you. You want to I want to role play with the other people and make them feel like I'm listening to their story and that I'm really interested in it, because I am interested in it and I do want to hear more. But unfortunately, in my early life as a player, something that came across that one of my friends told me about is like, listen, like every time you enter a conversation, you almost like take control of the whole thing and try to like do all this stuff, and I'm like, shit, fuck. And then that's the little anxiety monster in the back of my head.
That was something that Adam and I actually had a conversation about.
Me?
No.
See, it happened just then. It happened.
And
I thought you
sort of like I mean, I feel like Adam kind of caught on to what I was getting at, but it was almost like I said something to him like, hey, I'm going to, whenever we get into, oh yeah, this is what it was. Whenever we got snapped into domain, right?
Mhm.
There was, and I'm glad that it didn't happen, but there was a very real part of me that was like, Asher doesn't know these people, like other than Rella, and doesn't really know Rella at all either. He is much better, and again, just like being part of the book character as well. He's much better and more confident at doing things on his own. And they're sorry. He's much better and more confident at doing things on his own than with other people. So I texted Adam. I was like, "Hey, look, like when we get here, I'm going to disguise self and like Misty step away from the situation, and I don't want to see these guys for a little bit because, like, as Asher, I would not want to be part of this group yet." And then, like, I was thinking about it the other day when we had that big like survival kind of thing.
That was the coolest
I
thing
was
I've
like,
ever run, by the way. I had so much fun.
yeah, that was really cool.
I'm currently trying to figure out the sizing. So yeah, like you're talking about that, and I'm like, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah. And I was like, as I'm flying away, a thought occurred to me of like, why do I go back? Like, Rella messaged me through her little lock of hair or whatever, but like, why am I going to meet this group? Because currently, I don't have a reason to. Now, like, I'm going to because it makes sense. Strength in numbers, try and figure out more information. Like, I can justify it. But at the same time, I'm like, I haven't had a moment with the group yet to like solidify any bond or anything like that. And so that's something that like me as a player, I'm gonna try and do because I want their like, because otherwise Asher's about to be really short-lived. And like, because if I played him like perfectly true to the book, then Asher would be super short-lived. Like, we'd finish this job, he'd run away, and you guys would never see him again. Like, I don't want that to happen. And so I'm like trying to find a way to like inject, I don't know, it's interesting to me of like finding a way to inject some kind of like give a shit, if you will, about this group for right now, because like so far I just don't have anything. It's a weird dynamic.
No, I completely understand. I would not. My backup character slated right now is the Blade Singer, and one of the things I think is like, as I've invested more into these backup characters, I've become more okay with the idea that in playing these characters, because like I know I'll have something that I'll enjoy playing, waiting in the wings.
Oh yeah,
But it's also just kind of thinking to myself, like, I don't know how, like, I don't think I've ever struggled per se trying to put myself, but like it would also be my first time trying to re-inject a character into one of these campaigns, and I'm like, ooh, how am I gonna do this?
Yeah, that's always one of the hardest things with backup characters, is trying to inject them into the game just straight up where your party was at. I mean, I have experience with it. I've been killed 3 times by Adam now.
Okay.
Hey, take it easy, man.
I have played
good
in 5
question.
campaigns, I think, and no,
Why
not 5.
so
I've played in
many
3
more?
campaigns and had
Oh yeah,
4 player deaths.
that is a fair point, and it's one thing that gets to me, and apparently it gets to Chris too. If you
Why
play
so
it-
many warlocks?
No, not that. If you play a Blade Singer, please remember, you are a wizard first. You will always be better as a wizard. The Blade Singing is your survival tool. It should not be your combat tool.
And I'm glad that you say that, because that is directly why, to kind of answer your question. It's Chris,
Yeah.
cool or something. Okay. So Chris, to answer your question and also to follow up. with your statement there. That is 100% why I went Hexblade Warlock instead of Blade Singer Wizard, because I didn't want to get trapped in the I'm a caster. Yeah, like I really wanted Asher to be a blade first, and that's why, like, you'll notice like all of my money is going towards my sword. All of my spell slots go towards making me a better swordsman.
Yeah. So
like everything about him.
A Hexblade is more of a fighter who can cast, whereas a Blade Singer is more of a caster who can fight.
Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of like, part of me wonders, and it goes a lot into the conversation that we had. Oh man, this would have been, I guess, a month ago now at this point. A part of me kind of wonders how Asher would be as strictly a Hexblade. But I don't know. I don't know if, like, I know he would probably be better-ish as a more devoted Hexblade. Because now I'm not getting all the perks. Like, I don't have the perks that Jurgen has. But I also don't have the invocations that I should, or the spell slots that I should. So, like, I'm kind of in that weird middle ground right now. But it's kind of where it's kind of where Asher is. I don't know, it's hard to explain that. He is exactly as I envisioned him, so it's awesome. But he is definitely not min-maxed, which is also awesome. But like, Asher in the book is a straight up savage. So like, it's kind of unfortunate of where like I am like the early stages of Asher, I guess, of where I'm not like a total savage yet. Yeah. But yeah, it's still really cool. Yeah, because once I get to, like, let's say he goes to 20 and I'm 12 levels of assassin and 8 levels of hexblade, like, Asher's gonna be able to do some shit that's unprecedented. So speaking of, do you have any other questions?
Do I have any other questions?
What kind of question is that?
What kind of question are you looking for? I mean, I've got all kinds of questions.
Well, you have very good questions right now, and I actually really like
Oh boy.
You're inadvertently driving this this session, and so to say.
You are making my life so easy. So please don't stop.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Any way to make your list? I'm not. That's not sarcasm. I figure you always do the work, and I'll gladly. I mean, this is even like rough around the edges. Next month, if we're still doing this and we have webcams and stuff, I'll have a more structure. I might even just have a presentation, because if we're doing webcams, fuck it, I'll share my screen. We'll fucking stream instead of having Matt bowling in the background.
Yo, legit, could you share your screen? And then because you can do that through the chat, Discord, if you don't mind, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris has another question.
Oh yeah, sure.
Go for it.
Because then I would like to just pick a question off of your list.
Yeah, sure.
I just gotta figure out how to adjust it. Do you guys? So that
I don't know.
Question. I gotta figure out how. But do you want me to swap over the stream to the questions?
I could just share the Google Doc with Adam up, or I could share my screen over Discord, and you could
share it over Discord first, and then if there's some, depending on how much longer we all want to go, but also depending on if there's other questions come up, I think we go from that.
Okay.
So if you click on that, I think it'll expand.
That is also a fair point. This is for those watching. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I have no idea when or where to end this. So we're just kind of going until we don't feel like going anymore, I guess. So y'all feel free to roll if you need to. If you got anything going on, I'm gonna be
So
here.
I'll-
I'm gonna be
Um,
map
Google
building.
Doc.
So like,
I was,
Yeah.
just do
I
your
was
thing.
can you read
I'm-
that? That
I'm following up. I'm taking all of my D&D Beyond characters and transferring them over to Roll20 right now. So
Oh, so
I'm
you
Which,
watching
got-
Star
you got
Wars
time.
universe.
let me just throw this out there. A fallen Aasimar,
Mhm.
storm sorcerer.
Ooh.
So I think I'm gonna let you off the hook with the
With the
the
mystic.
immortal mystic.
That'd be-
Because and like yeah, like yes, we're gonna be a party full of casters, but dude, it would just be so cool.
yeah.
I feel like number 9 and 10 are pretty important in case anyone tunes in that like just doesn't know anything about like how we do things. So can we just like cover those real quick?
Say that again.
Can you see the questions?
Yes.
So numbers 9 and 10 under specifics, I feel like are important for anyone who does. I mean, you know, optimistically speaking, if anyone ever watches this that doesn't know a lot about us, I feel like these are some core questions that we should answer. So number 9, where do all of the preferred, and as by preferred, I mean like basically getting any, if we can afford them, we're basically getting any that we want. And I feel like people would benefit from knowing where the hell that's coming from. Adam, could you explain?
The magical items.
Yeah, where are we getting all of them? Like, it seems like we're getting exactly what we want. Like, you know,
Oh, God.
how's that? Where's that
Yeah.
coming from?
So
Uh,
okay, so Democ. Democ
Yeah.
is a gnome who, once upon a very, very long time ago, he was your regular everyday artificer. He built and built and built until he couldn't build anymore, and decided that wasn't good enough, so he started to learn wizardry to try and figure out how to make more available for him to build. Eventually, you know, as he's learning, as he's growing, he began to look into planar stuff, which is how he crafted his own demiplane, and was able to play with like the time variance and all of that inside of it, and give himself enough time to literally just keep building, because that's all he wants to do. That's all he's here for. Is he's just a builder. He wants to have fun with his life. He's a builder and a merchant. So
That's awesome.
he created this essentially mini immortality, as long as he's within his demiplane. If he which is why he was so hesitant to step outside when you asked him to, Karthwin, because in those like 30 seconds that he was standing outside, he probably aged a good like 50 years.
Oh my gosh, I could have killed him then.
Yeah, you absolutely could have if you kept him out there for too long.
Oh no.
However,
He's a gnome. They live for a while.
yeah, they
He's
do.
fine.
They live for like 300 or 400 years. So yeah, he has spent at this point literally millennia perfecting his craft and just doing his thing, making money, doing his thing. And that he is a running character through all of my campaigns, because interplanar you can do that, and also because me as a person, when I'm playing, I want magical items. They're so cool. They add so much to the game, and I love them. So I'm like, if I want them as a player, I know you guys do too, and I want to be able to offer them. So he is he's my excuse to make things a little bit more fun.
That is very true.
Mhm.
And also too, I think that to specify specifically for Asher anyway, you also make it very easy. You're very reasonable with magical items, like my sword, for instance. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that like that's my pact and everything like that. But with having a finesse, versatile, like I am sort of breaking the game with my weapon right now, because like my idea anyway is that sword's going to be all powerful here relatively soon, because I can do multiple attacks with it. I'm getting wounding enchantments on it, things like that. Like it's going to be a wicked sword.
You guys have the money to do it too. Like, I'm just sitting here with my spell too.
Yeah. But like, and that's the thing. You make me pay for it, right? So it keeps it balanced. But you're also like totally willing because you want to see what it's gonna do just as much as anybody, like just as much as I want to see what it's gonna do because it's gonna
Exactly.
like by the time, yeah.
Sometimes
So like
I
it's
forget, how much we've actually come with the mod. Like, and if he wasn't there, this would be a very different story.
yeah.
Yeah, he drastically alters the power level of the campaign. So like, that's why I
nice.
don't bring him into my Friday game. I'm running a module. And
Because
that's
yeah,
why-
modules balanced in a very specific.
Yeah, and it would break the module entirely to have access to that.
As far as I understand modules, like, because I only have like Minds of Vendor, sometimes they come with lists of magical items. They don't come with like blacklists, but they do come with like sometimes they come with like a list of magic items that be like, hey, I don't think it's like how they advertise it in like media sometimes, like in TV shows. Like there isn't like you don't like buy a module and then be like, yes, there's like the all-powerful artifact hidden under the second stone to the left when we visit this river in this map. Like that's not really a thing, really, as far as I understand. Really, what modules do is they give you like a white list of items that are like, these are like fairly balanced items that like I like the creator recommends you like kind of drop in here and there in like certain areas or just at certain points in the campaign. At least that's as far as I understand it.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate to how it is, because they're very balanced around like the way their encounters work and how many creatures and what level you are at that time and all of that stuff. So it's like, and I mean, you guys have seen it. You went through and fought the Mummy Lord at level 9 or 10.
It was either 10 or 11.
I think it started at 9 and we finished it at 10.
Yeah.
It was 10. No, it was 10, and I remember this. You can go back to the stream, and I'll pull it up. It was 10, and I remember because I asked if we leveled up at the end of the previous fight before the Mummy Lord, and Adam said, yes, but you won't get it until after because there's a mummy fight now, and we did not get to benefit from our
Yeah.
level 6 level spells. It was bullshit, but it was...
And the thing is, the Mummy Lord is a CR 15 creature. By no fucking means should you guys have been able to take him out. But because you have so many magical items, your power level is way higher than it should be, so you can take these more interesting fights. I love that because I love creatures. Like, the creatures in D&D make me so happy. If I'm bored and don't have anything to do, like at work or at home or whatever, I'm literally just sitting there scrolling the bestiary, looking at neat little things, and that's what makes this game so much fun for me, is like creating these interesting things. And that's why you'll notice very rarely, if ever, throughout this campaign have you guys fought the same creature twice. Because
That is true.
I'm exploring as we go as much as you guys are. So I'm like, ooh, what else can I throw here?
The monster manual is huge, and the expansions for that thing, there are
even bigger.
For days, and it is so interesting. The grungs, I don't know how, but like the first enemy I remember encountering, the grungs, like I was flabbergasted because it was an enemy that I had just used in a campaign previously. Like I knew exactly what these things were, like, and kind of what their weaknesses were, and like what their poisons could do, and was mortified when I got charmed by one of them. Although I think it was mortified after it charmed me.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna backstep here for a quick second.
No
Chris
problem.
has another question for us.
Oh, of course.
Chris is the greatest person around, and his gift in D&D and DMing is boss fights. It's what he does. It's what he's good at. So he's the one I go to when I need help.
Yeah, we
training.
know. We
But-
know who made the Inquisitors.
Yeah, he's the one I go
This
to when I
guy.
try to balance and make an interesting boss fight.
We said with a little bit of intense voice.
Yeah. So Chris asks, is there anything that you guys want to see more from the boss fights? Aside from less of them.
I counteract that
actually-
with, why does Chris want to kill us?
I actually don't. I don't want to see less of them. I I don't know. Maybe
I
it's
have to
just
think about that. That's a very good question.
maybe it's the I would hate to say boredom because it's definitely not the boredom of. Okay, so perfect example. The campaign that I run, or not that I run, but the additional campaign that I play in, on Saturday mornings for me is the Mines of Phandelver, and like I can't tell you how bored I get when, for instance, and you know it's session 2, so like I totally get it, but like session 2 you go in and you walk up to this mine and oh wouldn't you know it, there's 2 goblins on the outside of the mine, and like obviously we just massacre these 2 goblins, and you know it could have been 8, it could have been whatever, but like stuff like that, like why am I even getting into combat with that? It's just kind of a waste. Like it's not, but it seems like for me to take it's funny because it takes us longer to figure out the freaking initiative than it does for us to just kill these dudes. So like
I have a very formal answer to this, but I want to finish exploring this first. Continue.
it kind of almost seemed like if I'm not going to be challenged by it, then I'd rather not do it.
You just passed the 2 goblins, like, not.
Yeah, like let me just walk up to him, poke him in the forehead,
Go home to
and
your families.
yeah. But oh, and that's a really good point, Chris. Actually, to expend resources, I appreciate that because it does make it it makes it that much harder when you get to that boss fight because you have to learn how to manage your resources. Because if you just blow your load, you know, then
that's more on the DM side of things. Like that's something that we have to think about. Is like, okay, can I burn these things that like beforehand, right? But that doesn't. What that shouldn't mean is that they have to be boring encounters, right? Like you shouldn't you shouldn't have to be fighting 4 goblins in front of a mine just to burn a 1st or 2nd level spell slot. Like, make it interesting. Get ambushed by a pack of crag cats or something, you know, like.
Yeah, okay, so that plays into my answer, which was I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Like, did you want? Because I saw where that was going.
Well, I think kind of what I was gonna say was I would almost like, because you made the comment, Adam, of like other than less boss fights, would you like to see anything different? And I would almost I kind of would almost disagree in the fact that I would like to see more boss fights in the vein of like a mini boss, right? Like and not that, dude, you're never going to hear me say that you're doing this wrong, right? Like this is the coolest thing ever. But it would almost be like instead of taking, and I'm only seeing it now because of this Mines of Phandelver's run, but like instead of, and I really like your answer with like make it a pack of crag cats, right? Like that is something interesting, it's something new, it's something I've never seen before, right? Like the creatures that we fought on this survival thing, like I had never seen those things before. I had no idea what they were, so I was learning. But I think that it would almost as well, we could kind of benefit from it, of where like, yeah, let's, you know, we're more mini bosses I can do then. Yeah, I think that would be another cool way to do it. Like maybe it's only like one powerful creature and it takes us, you know, it's like a it's not like a beholder, but it's like, you know, something a little bit less than a beholder. Yeah. And we're like trying to wear this thing down, and that's where we expend those resources, and like there's still a legitimate risk of us dying.
I can't hold it back anymore.
So oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna regret saying this so much, but one of the best times I've had during a fight in this entire session was in fact the Mummy Lord encounter. And it wasn't because I knew things about the enemy, it wasn't because like the threat of like depths and like it would being an unfortunate situation. It was purely because of the clothes. if there's one thing I am a sucker for during a boss fight, it's there being a secondary or like objective other than murder the boss. Not the secondary objective of get the fuck out of here. The objective of like, if we can do this, or if we can take away this, it becomes a lot easier of a fight. Or like, not even just that, but like, I love to see, maybe not necessarily the most overpowered boss in the world, or maybe they are the most overpowered boss in the world, but there are like more options other than let's throw as many damaging things as we can at this thing until it like backs down. Like, I love, like, you know, the fact that we had to take out the hollowed aspect to the layer and that fight and ended up being our objective, and like we even got damage to that thing. I just love those kind of like multi-layered things. So like, I guess in a word, we have seen command of the arena in certain aspects, but they've always been as like a direct result of like a concentration on their part, or them just really running really fast. But I want to see the boss who like has like the best like range and is like in its form or something like that, or they have a bunch of like ballistas, or like they use like, or the only way we can hit them is range, but they have like all this like cover and stuff, and there's a way for us to get rid of the cover. I absolutely love the shit, and I realize it kind of creates a whole new level of difficulty. Maybe not necessarily harder difficulty, but like I just in essence with that like boredom. I'm not saying it's boring. I'm not saying anything is bad, but it just, variety is the spice of life. You know, I love it so much.
There is one and only issue with that, and it kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier of seeing more maps with elevation. And the only problem is, it's a fixable problem. It's just something on my part that I need to learn more. Doing top-down 3D maps and adding elevation is so difficult. Like, I know it can be done. I've seen it done. Like, I look at other people's maps.
I think you have to use the angle. You probably have to use the angle grid for that.
Yeah, it's like,
try to manipulate perspective.
It is a doable thing, but yeah, it's so hard, and I'm just not good at it.
Or maybe if you really just wanted to step into it like a little bit, you could like cheat instead of trying to go all out and just do the whole perspective for like, you know, height thing immediately. You could just make a normal map and maybe make some cues or like little markers that just show this is this far from this, or like this is the distance, this is off like level. You could just be like, this is level 0, and then you could assign little numbers or something to each platform and be like, this is the amount of feet it is above. That way you don't have to like write a million numbers for what the distance is, each thing is from another thing. And you could just use the lateral distance for the feet, like the normal grid, and you could just refer to the number, like this is 30 feet off level 0, this is 80 feet off level 0. And then obviously you could be like, okay, it's 5 feet away from this platform, but it's also a difference of like 50 feet. And we know that because we know how far they are away from level 0. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
It's definitely a surmountable task. It's just, I'm just not good at it. So it's...
You've got an advantage now, because look at me, I'm making some maps, doing some stuff, and stamps.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to make a river. It's not going well.
Use the mask tool for starters. Carve your path out with the mask tool so that you can adjust around it.
The mask tool?
Yeah, it separates things into different layers so that you can...
Oh, the path tool, you mean?
No, the mask tool. It's the shovel up above the brush. Yeah, it'll separate things out into different layers, so you can, or you can also use the path tool. That's a good one too, to kind of organize the path that you want it to take, and then mask around that path.
Interesting. Yeah, layers is something I'll have to get into. But
my music died. And Josh, to your point, rest assured, more of those mini boss style creatures are on the way. One of the issues that you run into, especially early on in a campaign, is like, it's hard to logically fit mini bosses in a lot of places, because it's like, what is this person's motivation? It's easy to throw a goblin in a cave because goblin needs shelter, but why am I throwing Garthrax the Destroyer, the Hobgoblin Overlord, in this cave for no reason? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
and two, early on in a campaign, a mini boss is like
terrifying.
TPK. Yeah, like you very easily, with just some bad dice rolls, you could wipe your story and have to start over. And that's kind of where we're at now too, to your point. of like our mini bosses have to have something that's going to make them terrifying, because otherwise they're not going to be mini boss worthy. But that something could annihilate Quark in one shot. And if he dies from 1d4 sneezing damage, then like our whole story arc changes completely.
Yeah.
And so like the Firebird, the Sunbird, like that could have gone really bad.
Yeah.
It didn't. It, like a total of like 2 turn orders and it was over. But it could have been really bad.
Yeah. And so it's a lot of balance, but also it's a lot of like, now that you guys have been in here and done the thing and pissed off a lot of people, I have ammo to make those mini bosses, right? Like, these Inquisitors are here because you guys are here, like, pushing this insurrection, kinda, and they're there to combat that, right?
At the same time, we also know that these are these two.
I have a
And that's actually
really cool mini boss planned down the line. I'm not gonna go into details on him, but there is somebody that you guys have made really angry, and the beautiful thing about anger in D&D is that it can persist past death. So there's this hunter that's going to be following
Revenant?
you guys. Not a revenant. There's this hunter that's going to be following you guys, and it's gonna there's gonna be this tension build of like, oh shit, he's on our tail, we gotta go, we gotta move past this, and there's gonna be like
Here's your sneak peek
encounters in the way,
getting
and
in.
then suddenly it's mini boss time, and you're, oh shit, here we go. So like there's now that you guys have kind of been around and pissed off a few people, I have that ammo to just play with it.
Yeah. And I think another cool thing too is with certain mini bosses, they can't. So perfect examples, the Inquisitors right now, which Chris, I know we've never met or anything. I love your mind, but I also I hate those Inquisitors. They are the bane of my sleep.
Oh, right. That sums it up.
But yeah, but the Inquisitors are a perfect example of like a phenomenal hybrid of a mini boss and a boss, because if we separate them, really good mini boss material is like the Paladin-esque guy. Why can't I think of his name right now?
I'm sorry, which one?
The tanky guy.
Cosima.
Cosima.
I knew it started with a K.
Yeah,
Starts with a C.
Cosima would be
Whatever.
just by himself. Cosima is terrifying, and he is a really good mini boss. But add his buddies with him, now they are the boss. But they're the boss because they're combined.
Mm-hmm.
So like separately, great mini bosses. Together, terrifying boss. And like I don't know. So yeah, I think it's also a really cool dynamic of where like they could be one and the same. You just have to catch them at a different time and place, so to say.
So we got to hear by talking about strangely enough, we started talking about the monk, but I really did want to get an answer to number 10 before we talk deeper into this, because I don't know when we're planning on ending, but I do at least want to go do a rundown of everyone's personal narrative, where they've been, where they're going, where they're now, and perhaps one of the most important things I want to touch upon before we head out is what everyone else's understanding of that is. Because one of the most satisfying things as a player, as I'm sure you all know, is seeing your own story come to fruition and getting to roleplay and doing that. But I think for me at least, all of that falls on deaf ears if it's isolated and in a chamber and basically no one else ever interacted with it throughout the entirety of the narrative. I could have the most interesting narrative in the world, but I don't care about it at all if I don't get to make some great friends along the way and see what they're up to. I want to interact with you guys. I want to understand what you're going through. I want to contribute to it if I can. I want to see where you end up, because to me that's the most interesting thing. Because I don't know. Was that weird? Was that not?
No,
I think so.
Okay. So number 10, I just wanted to go real quick last mechanical question we'll cover, I guess. Does our group use any homebrew rules? I know for the one that I listed as an example is we kind of gloss over it, but I guess you would consider this a homebrew rule. we re-roll 1s and 2s on level up point dice,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or is it just once?
It's
I don't
ones
know.
and
Sorry,
twos.
it's ones and twos. I just
Yeah,
realized
ones
I
and
was
twos.
muted.
So we would consider that a homebrew by definition. So can anyone think of anything else that we do that what we consider homebrew?
Yeah. So
Health
there's-
potions.
Yeah. So there's
Right,
a couple.
yeah.
And they're few and far between. I like to stick as much to the core or like the core rules as possible, but there are
Yeah.
a few things that I just don't like, and so I'll shift them around a little bit. Namely, health potions are.
Yeah.
Usually, I go off of the Matt Mercer ruling of bonus action for yourself, action for someone else. But because of our party makeup and the way we had it sorted, we had no healers in the start. So we shifted that around a little bit. Instead of changing the action economy on them, we changed the healing value on them. So
Potions in raw are no replacement.
yeah, potions in raw are just not very good. But
They're
in this-
expensive too to even
Yeah.
make them.
Yeah.
in this current campaign, the way we're running potions is that they are max healing out the gate.
Max healing for their hit die, not
right.
not for your HP. So yeah.
Right, max healing for their hit die. That is a very valid clarification.
Oh, that'd be so game breaking.
That would be ridiculous.
It's just down a
I'll take one.
regular old healing.
Here, let me be
potion and-
unkillable for 50 gold.
Yeah, that would be absurd. But yeah, so that's one is potions are a little bit better than they should be, just because we have a dearth of healers. And also,
Oh, bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Oh, bye, buddy.
Bye. Thanks for joining.
The other one that I subscribe to is also from Matt Mercer, because he is a god among men, is the resurrection. Just straight regular resurrection magic in D&D feels blasé at best. So we add in that little extra roleplay value to it of like, make it worth this person coming back. Like, work for their revival. This is a big thing. Make it a thing. But I think off the cuff, that's the only two like standard home or like set homebrew rules we use. We do, in some instances, like I'll allow for homebrew depending on the scenario. Like for example, Josh was talking about his sword. If you come to me and say, hey, I want this homebrew thing. This is what it looks like. This is what it does, and this is why I think my character should have it. And it all seems reasonable, and it's not some game-breaking nonsense from like, D&D wiki. Then yeah, it's probably going to be fine. But if you come to me with some absolute nonsense, then we're gonna be like, sit your ass down, kind of thing. So like, I'm totally good with basic level of homebrew. I don't have anything against it. I just don't use it much. If that makes sense. If that answers the question.
I think we've struck a very good balance of like you remember when I was messing around with that water genasi character, like that was a straight up homebrew thing of like trying to make a waterbender avatar kind of character.
Yeah.
And there's like, I feel like if we were to explore that, I feel like we struck a very good line of like definitely not game breaking, almost to a point of where like if you're only using water, like you might kind of underpower yourself.
Yeah.
But it would
be
still
worth it for that character choice.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And that it happened with Galenor too, like with your spells. You're like, hey, I have this spell that does cold damage.
Oh yeah,
but
meteor.
But I'm a wildfire druid. Can I just make it do fire damage? Like, yeah, absolutely. Because in all reality, you're taking a hit to yourself there. Like, more things have resistance or immunity to fire than they do to cold. So like, you're making a character choice that makes sense, and it's not like, not only is it not game breaking, but it's to the detriment of your character. If you're sure that's what you want to do, yeah, I'm not going to stop you from that. Like, of course.
Yeah,
There's
it's fun.
also-
It's funny the sorcerer that I'm the storm sorcerer that I was just making a character sheet for.
Mhm.
I am only and purposefully I am only picking spells that are evocation magic. And I will not allow him to do anything else. Like that sorcerer will only ever use evocation spells.
Yikes.
It's gonna be real hard, right? Like, because that limit, like, I may get to a point of where I have more, not spell slots, but like I could know more spells than I would actually be allowing myself to use. I don't think I would ever get to that point, but it's possible. But like that's like that's just the kind of that's the character that I wanted to play, and I almost went to become an evocation wizard instead and just like do that to myself, but it wasn't the style that I wanted. So like I'm locking that character into a very specific path for a specific reason. And I mean, it's not homebrew at all, but I don't know, it's gonna suck, but it's also gonna be really cool.
No, it's great. I don't know if you mentioned it because I had to step out and use the restroom really quick because I had to pee for the longest time.
Yeah.
Another thing that I guess one might with an asterisk next to it consider homebrew. I don't know if it was brought up, is like, I guess on a technicality it only very recently, last November, became part of Raw. But depending on how you interpret the 5e player's handbook, it was technically always Raw. We do a lot of flavor casting and flavor for like spells and everything
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Like in Tasha's, it technically became Raw because it literally just says there. I think it's got a very specific name, but when you boil down what the Raw rule is, it's just basically like, hey, as long as you're not modifying like the basis of the spell, like yeah, you make that magic missile a chicken that chases people around.
Yeah.
100%. It just that
And
just
you know,
makes for
we just
better
always did that.
though.
It seems like.
That,
So while not
I never even considered that homebrew rule. That's just better
Yeah.
storytelling, I think.
Exactly. I can't think of any other homebrew that we do. Because like you said, it's far and few between. Because everything about Raw is pretty great. except when
For the
it's not,
most
but-
part, yeah. A lot of it's pretty good. It's got its flaws, but
We
it's
love
pretty
it.
Good.
I would love to try 3.5 one day, but I know that's a lot more like investment.
It's really crunchy. I love it. Like, let me preface everything I'm about to say with the fact that I fucking love 3.5. I do. It's been my, like, that was my go-to back in the day. I would go back and play a campaign in it today. But it is so crunchy. Like,
Okay, but I know that there are some people out there that would like hold up, die on the hill. Like, 3.5 forever. It's like, oh, it's so much better than 5e, and I'm like, I'm sure it is. But if you're introducing someone to D&D, 5e, while comparatively to 3.5, yeah, is I guess a lot less complicated. It's still a lot. I can
Yeah.
remember to this day opening that 5e handbook for the first time, and be like, I'm never gonna know all of this.
Yeah.
It'd
Oh
be
yeah.
It
really
is.
intimidating starting a campaign and not. And it can even be trying to get someone into the game that's never played it, or that like in your heart of hearts really love the game, they knew like the rules. It can be really demotivating when you have to keep telling them you can't do that, or like because the spell isn't worded this way, like that's not a thing that the spell can do.
Oh, that
Because like
was
I think we all had that. If we haven't, maybe I'm embarrassing myself, but
No.
I had that phase absolutely where like I just did not interpret spells to the letter of the law and thought I could do a lot more with spells than
I don't-
actually.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but during the Oblex fight, which was one of the first like full-blown encounters that we had Galanor in. Like we'd had a couple of small encounters, but that was the first big fight.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Works meat shield. I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
you had the
Yeah.
coolest idea. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something along the lines of you tried to throw flaming sphere underneath him. And then
Oh yeah,
spike-
and I had
then spike
moonbeam.
growth.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
You had some like really cool combination in mind, and I was like, "Damn, that's awesome!" But
But they were both
doesn't-
concentration
it
spells.
doesn't work like
It was
that.
spike growth. You wanted to put spike.
And I was like, and then you had to sit there for a second and be like, okay, well, what can I do? Because I want to use both of these. And I was like, well, spike growth isn't actually doing damage because he's not moving. You're like, oh, well, that now I just feel stupid.
That's
Like,
the thing,
no,
though. He would
this
either
is so
stay still and. But it was
Yeah.
a great combination because the flaming. We found out because like there was the hallucinatory terrain there, and because of the wording of spells, flaming sphere actually doesn't say that you have to see the point you move it to, or that you have to see the aura. It doesn't say to a point you can see within range. It just says that it appears. So if you're looking top down at the map, there's no reason that you have to see where the flaming sphere. You don't even have to have knowledge of what's going on. I mean, I guess that is meta knowledging in a sense. You know
Yeah.
But so that's more of the honor system, if anything. But because Quark knew that that enemy was there, because he didn't immediately see through the hallucinatory terrain, he knew that that thing was there, so he could decide, I want to put up a flaming sphere there. And if spike growth was there, you got yourself in a catch-22 of you can stay here and take the flaming sphere damage, or you can try to move and take the spike growth damage. It's your funeral
Yeah.
move. But we ended up going with the flame sphere and moonbeam combo, which he couldn't move
Yeah.
all that much, so it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it ended up,
know.
and we ended up working through it. Like
Yeah, and-
I felt dumb as a new player. Like, oh wow, that like I should have just read that. But at the same time, like if you don't have an experience like that, then
Also-
are you really playing D&D? Like, come on.
Yeah, and I mean, I
Rules
think
was written
in,
for
in the long run it worked out because that kind of was a moment for you playing a druid who are very concentration heavy to be like, okay, I need to
Oh, yeah.
really lock
They
in
are
what's going
concentration
on and,
junkies
like really
very
learn
much.
what's going on.
Yeah, that was a really good learning experience.
It's a sobering moment almost.
But I felt so bad because I was like, man, that's such a cool idea, but
Yeah.
no.
I
Yeah.
remember, like rules is written for spells can like get you, but like it can get a player down at the very beginning of their experience, or even if you're 50 years into D&D and like you still have those moments where like, ah shit, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
For instance, Connor, like who has a million times more experience than I really have right now, and we were in his campaign, and what was it called? I think I thrown up Beacon of Hope, and the way that Beacon of Hope is worded, it's all healing. It's
Mhm.
not just your own healing. So like we had a couple of healers on the team that could do damage, and then it ended up changing the tide of the fight that all healing was max healing inside of that radius. Which it can work against you if your enemy steps inside and decides they want to heal or something like that. But
Yeah.
with the radius of Beacon of Hope, it's never usually a problem.
Beacon
but,
of Hope's a
what-
really good spell.
Yeah, when you get past that layer of, oh, I'm sad because I couldn't do with this spell what I thought I'd do, you then find yourself in a new dimension of, oh, I can use vaguely worded spells to my advantage. Like, I think that one of the biggest things, like, if you've watched, it's like this animation on, I don't remember what it is, but prestidigitation does not designate how big the sigil that appears from 1 hour could be. Like, it doesn't say that it has to be the palm of your hand. So if you want to make a giant, like, demonic upside down cross on like the side of a building in a town for an hour, you can go and fucking do that because the spell doesn't say how large the sigil has to be. And you can get away with those sorts of things. And what was it? We found out that because of the way that magic missile works, I don't have to see it, but if I looked through my familiar, I could hit things with magic missile, and that's how we ended up. I think that was. Yeah, that's how we ended up finishing off like the Oblak, the Oblocks. I don't know. The Roblox? The Roblox.
Yeah, the
That's how we
Oblex,
killed
yeah.
the Roblox. Yep.
Yeah, the Roblox.
It made that noise when it died. So like yeah, you can manipulate spells a lot once you understand that like they have to be done as they're stated, but you can use that ow, bit my lip. You can use that statement to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room with some vaguely worded spells. And that ends up being all that it is. Especially like what was it? The dream spell and in getting back into that universe. Because I had to look over that spell. Like, dream is a very long worded spell if you look into like its paragraphs.
yeah.
But I remember reading that paragraph like 6 times before I even thought of saying, "Hey, can I do this?" Because you do get full control over the. It's only if you designate to not appear as yourself when you kind of lose that ability. But if you decide to appear as you are, you essentially gain complete control of the environment of the dream. You can't just snap your fingers and like make things happen, but because it just says the environment of the dream, depending on how you interpret environment, you can do quite a lot of things with that.
That's
Anyways.
true. What was you had a question that you wanted to hit?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more of like a all encompassing thing. So I wanted to, before I don't know if we're getting close to ending or anything, but before we do end, and this will take time, and I know that, which is why I wanted to make sure it was out there now. We already answered the questions I want. Well, before I'll say it again. I want everyone that we have here to kind of go around and just not just explain your character, 1 to 100, but tell us your story. What was their backstory that you were impassioned about, and where did they end up / going to go? What do you want? Oh, excuse me. What do you want the other players to know about your backstory as it currently stands? And do you have any questions? And I would encourage try to at least one question for each person. What questions do you have for other characters about who they are, what they're going, what their motivations? But before we really because that would take a while. Does anyone have any of these questions that stuck out to them? I don't know if anyone was. I know you couldn't really see the whole thing. But...
Can you leave it right there, actually?
Sure. I mean, yeah. Who cares about the Dungeon Master's questions?
Yeah. That's to answer who's my favorite NPC. My favorite NPC is James, the all present. And then Kethra, obviously.
Oh my gosh, I love Kethra, but now she's dead.
God, she's such a bad bitch.
David, yeah, Kethra, definitely. David's not here, so number 5 can't really be answered right now.
Yeah, no. I love Kethra too, not Kethra. What's her name from Towerfall that's now dead? Roswin.
Yeah,
I loved Roswin.
Too. Does every character here have something that they would consider a family, or had something that they would consider a family?
So, fun fact, and this I will cover it more, but I actually don't know.
Ooh, I thought you said
Asher or Galenor.
You had a family.
For Asher.
Oh,
for Galenor. So to do like a real quick hit on what I had planned for Galenor was to stay very heavily into Druid, but I think I had because I like to forecast out to level 20 just in hopes that a character makes it that far. And I had even forecasted Galenor only to take 3 levels in Warlock, because I really just wanted him to get just a little hit, and I was hoping that would drive a lot of the story as well. I definitely didn't do it to, how do I say this? I was giving Adam an out, sort of, because I loved Loki. I think that he was a very cool introduction into the story. And so I wanted to see more of him. And there was also a lot of stuff that I wanted from the Warlock class.
I just need to interrupt you for 1 second, because this is getting pretty deep. Why don't you do your thing? What do you want known about Galenor and Asher right now? You can encompass this. And what's their story that you want people to know?
So Galenor was going to project down a path of rage, really. He was very angry at everything that had happened in the world.
Or was there a resolve to that? Was there an arc? He would have really given into the rage? And was there an end point where he understood anger a lot more, and he still used it, and it was still a big part of him, but he'd kind of gone past, he'd finally gone too far and started recognizing some of the effects of harboring
the rage, what I had planned anyway, the rage to end once we had finished Homeworth. And like I was going to, that was going to be kind of like the pinnacle. And you know, you have these, we'll call them dreams. You have this dream about like what you want your character to do when they're fighting the big bad evil guy and everything. And like Galenor was just going to embody fire to destroy this beholder, and if he could do it by himself, then he would have, because he had, in his mind anyway, Tom Rareth had done all this stuff to the forest, so all of that pent up anger was going to get embodied directly at him.
And I'm sure we all would have obliged, because there are definitely.
Yeah.
I remember there were fights where like someone knew that they were gonna. I can't remember. It was I think when we were going to Jajir. There were those like people on the outside that we were fighting, and they had those towers for cover and stuff. And there were definitely a few fights where like characters were like, I could get the final hit here, but like let's watch so and so do.
Yeah, yeah.
This is great.
And there are a few moments where I try not to do it too often, but there are a few moments where I'll fudge the numbers just a little bit, be like, oh man, so this creature has had like a major impact on this character, and he's only like one hit away. Maybe I'll just kind of give him resistance to this attack real quick and see what happens.
Yeah, because like it like if it's not going to change the outcome of the fight, and if it's going to help the story, then I totally agree with that.
Dies.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would never take the risk if it's a close fight. If you guys are low, I wouldn't take that risk, because my goal is not for you all to die during these encounters. But like for example, the Mummy Lord, right? When you guys came back through the second time around and absolutely smoke checked him, there was a moment where Taco started laying into him, and then Jurgen went at him with the scimitar, and like he had mentioned like right beforehand that he was preparing to attack with the scimitar, and I was like, man, the literary justice of that is incredible.
It's too good.
So
Oops.
you know, maybe I'll throw a little extra HP on so these attacks don't finalize it, and we can have that moment. And then he missed, and I was like, oh well. Sometimes the dice be like that, so cool. But it gave us that next moment of Quark throwing just spell after spell after spell, and that was a moment where we could embody Quark's rage to show that, like, hey, this other arc of the story is still a thing. Quark there's something going on here. So it still leads into those epic moments. And I'm letting you know right now, if Galenor had survived and you had tried to do something like that with Tom Rareth, I would have fudged the numbers all day to make that happen, because that would have been the coolest fucking moment ever.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the dice be like that.
No, and it's still gonna be epic when we get to that point. So like
Can't wait to see Galenor again.
But for Asher, so Asher is I'm trying to keep him relatively similar to the book character, but also like obviously I can't. But it is a high fantasy book, so there's a lot of stuff that's very similar. He is his pact, his Hexblade pact is with the goddess Illustre, or Illustre. I don't know how you say it. I think it's Illustre. And she is a drow, so the only thing that I know for sure of his backstory is that he is a half elf and it's like a half drow, and that's how he got to his pact with Illustre. Is she like tries to get the good out of people, and because she is a drow goddess, which usually is like looked down, and she was the one that's like going back and trying to change the narrative on drow and like, hey, they're not bad people, they just had like they've been dealt a bad hand, blah blah blah. And so Asher, being an assassin, kind of goes against that a little bit, and he's like living up to the drow name. And now having taken on this pact with her is realizing what she's talking about and like how to change the narrative, and he wants an out. So not like wants an out as in like I don't want to kill people anymore, but but more or less like I'm only going to do it for the right reasons. And if that means that like I go against the house at some point, because again, like Conrad, right? Like fuck Conrad, he needs to die. I'm totally going to kill him. And
I
if
plan on killing him.
yeah, if I have to assassinate him in his sleep, then I totally will.
Wait, we're talking about.
Conrad, not Connor, right?
Yeah.
Well, don't want to use him.
Potato.
Yeah.
It was
But,
nice while we knew you, buddy. See ya.
Yeah, sorry. So like him, totally justifiable killing him. But like if but like if I got a contract to, you know, just kill some like random dude and all it's gonna be is money, then Asher would say no. Because that's like the development of his character. With his Hexblade Pact was more actually like about making him a person, of where normally pacts come with like a bad side, sort of. His was definitely intended to make him a better person because he had a bad background, and so it's now making him a better person by doing that. So but to go off the I don't know where I came from thing, yeah, I'm letting Adam fuck me on that one. So but yeah, I'm curious to see where in the story arc and maybe it never happens, right? Maybe he finds a way to balance being an assassin and still being a good person by only like picking his targets, because again, like if the house is willing to work with it, then like I'm totally cool to kill all the baddies ever.
Because what was it? It seemed like at one point we mentioned like the house has got these different like
the wings.
Yeah, the different wings, and it seems like one of them is different in the way that it operates, and the only thing that makes it connected to the house is the fact that they just have trade relations and share information and stuff. But they seem completely different in the way that they.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, and you guys haven't seen it yet, but I am part of that sixth wing. I am part of the wing of assassins, and so I have had a very like bloody and probably not the best backstory to an extent, of where like I've done some things that I'm not proud of, and that's why I'm using Illustre to get me out. Like she approached me. And she is like, hey, look, like Drow don't have to be bad people. And she's like showing me the way kind of thing. So I'm truthfully like, I know like a general arc that I want him to go on, more or less like an arc of redemption. And that's what's going to keep him in the party, is this arc of redemption, because he's had like a bloody past and he doesn't want to continue that because he sees the error of his ways. And so honestly, like I'm super curious to see what Adam throws at me, because it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be a very interesting way forward. Because honestly, I don't know. I just know that like I'm on an arc for good, and that's kind of where he needs to stay. So yeah.
Interesting. It reminds me of something I'll probably bring up later. But I'll save it for now. Hey James. How's it going?
Oh, you know.
Did you have breakfast today?
God, please, not again.
Did you have breakfast today?
I actually haven't yet. No.
You haven't. Why would you have the most important meal of the day, James?
Because I woke up and did this.
You wake up earlier and then you...
Ew! Sorry, Saturdays are my days to sleep in, and I,
Yeah, my body went
try to take full
full-blown
advantage of it.
rebellion this morning. Like, this is when I wake up for work. So, like, I'm totally accustomed to waking up at this time, but my body was like,
Yeah.
"Hey, wait, bitch, it's
James.
Saturday. What are we
I
doing?"
usually wake up at 5:30 and got to wake up at 6:30 today, so that was neat.
Okay, James. You get away this time.
I am, however, going to make bacon after this, but
Well, there. What do you want? Talk about your character, James. Also, do you go
Yes.
by James or do you like? Because I know a lot of people go by who have James go by.
I don't really care what you all call me, but normally James, yeah.
He goes by Jimmy. Don't let him fool you.
Okay, by all gods, I don't go by Jimmy.
Too late, Jimmy. James.
Jimothy, preferable.
Tell us about Rella and Carthage. I know we talked about Carthage quite a lot, so I don't know.
So, backstory-wise, Carthwin. Honestly, that would probably be more of a question for Adam because where he actually came from, I'm not entirely sure. As far back as I went was the fact that he was training in an order of paladins that was like training up paladins and sending them off to do the Lord's good work kind of thing. But I mean, he was Aasimar, so he was part celestial, but I don't know what part celestial.
Never found out.
Never found out, just died. Yeah, other than that, and that's why he was so close to Aspen, was because that was really the only family he ever had. Daspin was like a brother to him, and that's as close to family he ever got, because the order in of itself, not that it was cruel, but it wasn't a family, it was a training facility. Rella? Her family is interesting.
Well, me, I thought a tree killed his parents based on the amount of, like, dryads.
Oh yeah, or he just beat the hell out of that one tree. It's fine, Galenor fixed
It's
the
the
tree.
same tree every time.
Yeah.
It just
Every
It
time
just
the
kept
tree-
popping up, and
the
he's like,
tree just
ah, ah, ah."
followed him. Fuck you.
But
So
yeah.
Galen, or not Galen, Carthwin and the Order of Paladins.
sounds like a Harry Potter book.
It does, right? So the Paladins are pretty regular, right? If you go down to Esvele, down to like the capital city, you've got the Church of the Hearthfire down there, and they're the main people that train up paladins, and that was Carthwin. He was one of them. The part we did not get to go into, except for a single very brief moment after the Daspin fight, was that Carthwin's celestial side was actually a direct descendant from Tyr, and that was why he was able to wield Tyrfing.
That part I partially know.
Yeah.
That was also kind of news to me, though.
Yeah, so that's why he was able to wield Tyrfing and all sorts of other fun facts. Why does this is wrong. This is not cooperating with me right now. Sorry. But other than that, the human side to his celestial half is kind of up in the air. I never really put thought into it, if that makes sense. Because he did a very similar thing where he was just like, hey, this is the general gist of the thing I want to do. Have fun. And I ran with it. And so I never really thought too much about the human side of things because it never really came up. If he had decided he wanted to go looking for his mom, then it would have been like, okay, yeah, let me sit down and actually figure out what's going on here, what's up with this, but it was never a thing. That's why, because that's a much sharper curve. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why I'm in the mass tool, but It's just creating this weird sand-looking texture. I can't figure out how to make it add water.
Gonna drop you. Oh,
Bella, however,
the mask.
she was in.
Yeah, the mask tool doesn't do that. That's the brush
What?
tool you need for that. The mask tool just adds. The mask tool adds the layers for you to do that.
Training me.
The brush tool is what will actually do that.
I
for
hate you. I hate you, Adam.
That's fair.
Sorry, it's okay. This is a very nice map making tool. This is very therapeutic. I just finished Skyrim, so I don't know what I'm doing with like my spare time anymore. Now it's making maps.
Yeah,
Enter Map Maker Player 3.
that's so much better. Okay.
I just started KOTOR 1,
Oh my gosh.
and I'm gonna play through that, and then KOTOR 2, because I realized that like, as much as I played them when I was younger, I don't really remember the
Yep.
story of them very well.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
So
Yeah,
Oh,
this
good.
past week with this upcoming Star Wars campaign, I have done nothing but Star Wars research,
this dude.
and it's
This dude was talking to
It's
me
awesome.
yesterday. And this
Oh,
motherfucker
shit.
said, "Yeah, I can't hop on Smite with you right now. I'm looking into Star Wars stuff." I was like, "Oh, cool. What are you prepping?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm not prepping. I'm just reading through 3,000 years of history." I'm like, "You're doing fucking what, my guy?"
yeah. Because he keeps
It-
telling me, he's
it's
like,
such
it's
epic
D&D, it's
history.
your story, you get to do it. And I'm like, I get that, but at the same time, there's a set Star Wars story, and I want you all to feel like you're a part of it, but I also can't have you all go murder Darth Malgus or something because, well, he played a pretty significant role in the Old Republic.
Yeah, exactly.
So I had to try to find a significant character who didn't have a set death. It's just like he mysteriously disappeared and no one knows where he went.
I did it,
And
Adam.
then
I'm making stuff.
I had to try to find a time to put you all in as you know, I don't want to set you all right in the middle of like, hey, Revan's about to go kill Malik or something, like you all want to help him. Like, no, you all weren't there for that, but you know, trying to make it realistic in the Star Wars universe.
I am disgustingly excited.
Yes, like I said, I've done nothing the past week except creating characters and maps and reading Star Wars history. And yeah,
Yeah, like-
it's
Like excited to a point of almost embarrassment. So, but anyway, Rella.
Anything else? Yeah, Rella.
Rella, yes. Honestly, with her backstory and her family, that is more than likely something we'll find out in the future. As it's all a little messed up, but it's fine. She's fine.
It's just a little messy.
She's just here right now, and doesn't really want to go home at the moment. Yeah.
All I can think of with Rella is I get this like real Little Mermaid vibe from like every time like, "Hey mom," and I'm like, "Is this Ursula?" Like,
I don't like.
Oh.
that.
If y'all haven't been able to piece together yet, her mother is a hag,
Sounds about
and
right.
well, yeah, there's some problems there.
All right. Not the prettiest water feature I've ever added into a map, but you know what? Fuck it.
It's water.
It's water.
so
What would you like us to
is
know
there
about-
anything?
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
Is there anything that you know that we currently don't that you would like us to know about Quark?
Oh,
Because I know we're
gonna
kind of
continue on
we're
was
all
gonna
kind of
continue on
discovering.
Can I ask one thing about Rella first?
Oh yeah.
Her?
Is there anything you want us to know other than that, like that she's a hacker? Because we kind of got like a little bit of glimpses, but like I'm confused as to whether Rella is, and I don't know, maybe you don't have it, maybe you're still like, exploring this, but I'm confused as to whether Rella is happily like following by example and wants to one day like grow to what their mother would like them to be, or if Rella's doing it to spite her, or if Rella doesn't really want to like be following directly. I don't know.
So,
Or if that's something you'd rather just not share right now, that's perfectly fine as well.
yeah, I mean, she is very reluctant in doing what her mother says. What the reason for that is, I mean, I guess we'll find out, but at the moment, yeah, she's just doing what her mom tells her right now.
Interesting.
Oh dear dog.
Doggo! What kind of dog is it? I know you've told me before, but I need to know again.
Oh, those ones are Beagle something mix.
Beagle!
Get the other half.
I'm sorry.
They're old doggos
I
though.
love dogs.
I'm gonna jump a
Hey,
small interruption in here. Does anybody have any guesses as to what this map is yet?
Oh, can you show
Is
the
it a
whole
house?
I mean, yes, of course it's a house.
It's a haunted house.
It is a haunted house. Oh well,
Yes.
you already you know
Yeah,
what's
I
going
already
on.
know.
There are several fireplaces.
There are
Please,
several
man.
fireplaces.
That they're double-sided fireplaces too, which
Yes.
leads me to believe that you could walk through them if you so desired.
Oh wait a second, that one down there is busted. Thank you for talking about the fireplaces.
No problem. Yeah, I thought you put that one in, and it seems like it seemed intentional, so I didn't say anything.
Nope, super not intentional. Just
You need.
not detailing properly.
Can I mirror this? Like, I've got this stamp here, and I want to like flip it.
Hit
Is that
hit
possible?
3
Three?
up where the
So-
stamp options are.
Yeah,
The third one.
If you look at the stamp options, you've got-
Oh, there's different.
so you've got a rotation angle, and there's also a flip where you can flip it horizontally or vertical, and it'll change the orientation of it.
That's awesome, but now I hate everything because I can't position this bridge the way I want. And now I need to. Can I expand the map like past the initial rows and columns that
Yes.
Yep.
Gotta go down to the little grid tool on the left side, and you have to like manually expand it.
Oh, that doesn't
Can you?
seem
Oh,
that bad.
you can do it
Yeah,
from there.
resize map.
I've
Let's
always
make
done it.
that-
If you go up to the 3 lines at the top, you can do new map from region. I've always done it from there. I didn't realize you could do it with the grid.
So if
tool.
I just like hit 50 on. Oh. Oh, but it just changes. Oh, it just changes.
That does, but
there.
if you go down to the bottom where it says resize map, it'll pull out like you can if you click the top corner and then you can pull, and it's like yeah, and it'll add that.
Wait, I don't
Like
get it.
if you like hold on the top left and then pull down like towards the bottom right angle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and whatever you expand past that, it'll add to the map.
Oh.
You can go up higher if you want to. You can go down.
So, like if I started from down here, because like I want to add to the top left. If I
Mhm.
do that, it would just.
Yeah, save in person. Yeah, it'll make you save the map, and then it'll create a new one with the existing thing on it.
Okay, so I'm sorry. It came a long way. Someone said something about cork.
Or
To quickly answer Adam's question, my first guess and what I'm just going to stick with is knowing that Jurgen is taking an oath of vengeance for Karthwin. My mind immediately went to this looks kind of like a training house and like a barracks kind of situation. Not really barracks yet, but it looks like an outline of where like a good paladin training facility would be. And I was thinking that this is like we would go here eventually to for Jurgen to take his oath.
I like it. Oh, also,
Well, how-
James, thank you for teaching me about the HSB, because it's so nice being able to make these walls black.
How did
Yeah.
how did you fill in an area again? You said click and drag, but it's not giving me the option
Go into the brush tool
to. Uh-huh.
up along the top line where you've got like foreground, background, shape,
Yeah.
and then all your numbers. Under shape, you'll see a rectangle. Click on that rectangle and click.
Ah, the rectangle.
Oh, I didn't know that. Neato. We're all
I-
learning new
I
things today.
expanded it, but I expanded it to like
It's
it made
I
ocean.
didn't realize till yesterday. So I used to think if I'm like, let's say I'm on my brush tool right now, right, and I'm like painting something in, and then I wanted to. So I'm zoomed all the way in here, and I want to paint this room, right? So I used to think if I wanted to paint another room, I had to shift off of my brush tool over here, go find the room I want to paint, go back to my brush tool, and then find the paint that I'm using again. You don't. If you hold the spacebar and just click and drag, you can just move around the map. That's been so helpful.
So, Josh, what did you ask about core before? I'm sorry. I can't.
I know that we're all kind of experiencing Quark together right now.
Oh boy.
But is there anything, maybe not necessarily from your past, because to me it seems like you don't know much more, but about your future, like, is there something, is there somewhere where you want Quark to go?
I definitely don't mind sharing. So, like, obviously I hadn't told like anyone. Like, really, the only people who know are who really the only person who knows everything really is Adam. I know. I think that next would come in line would be me. I do know a fair more things than I've let on. Not a lot, but I know a few things. Connor knows like one thing, and due to a very long, very deep conversation I had with David the other day, he also learned little something. But I definitely wouldn't mind giving a little insight as to like Quark as a character. Like I told you, I'm more of a improv off of like an inkling towards the beginning kind of person. Um, and I realizes okay. So you guys sold it to me that like DMs like love like a blank slate and stuff to do, but I can't help but still feel like that tiniest amount of guilt that I'm essentially. It feels like I'm just offloading the work of making it like a backstory to someone else, even though and like saying I'm still gonna improv it and make it mine in my own way, but it still feels like I'm offloading to someone else. The beginning, it was Quark looking for Hogarth, and from that, I off the idea of I didn't want to just be offloading everything to like the DM. I decided to come up with a few other things going on, and I said, "Hey, Adam, can there be like a little bit more to this? Like, can we like can we like start going back and forth a little about this mystery?" And there were a couple times where I typed some stuff out in a Google Doc and sent to Adam's way, and he was really responsive, which I love. Like, I love about it. He like gave me notes and like said a few things here and there, and I was like, awesome, let's do this. So I said, wouldn't it be can it? He said that the wait, no, I don't remember or afterwards. I don't remember exactly how it went down. I have all the notes and everything, but it essentially came down to the note that Hogarth left Quark, which was if I recall correctly, the note that he left for Quark just said, follow me home or something like that. And that was the only thing that Hogarth had left for Quark back at the tower when he had returned. And so he set out to go find what this means, because home for him is Erztal, and, or really home from at the time was the tower, which we have not been to. Ooh, maybe I should make it just to kind of happen. But that's neither here nor there. And then the idea came up with Adam. I said, hey, like, would it like we're saying that their research is about different planes, so why not have Quark's home be not of this material plane, and that could feed into how Hogarth, why he was researching other planes, because he had come across this. Adam, am I sharing too much or?
No, go for it, man.
The idea came up. What if Quark's memories are not really his memories? And what if, because if you'll recall way back when, or maybe you won't recall, the way I explained Quark, and I tried to say it as fondly as possible. His first experience with Hogarth was he admired him, but he remembered there being an attack on his village, and he had gotten badly hurt while trying to protect some people. And the next thing he knew, he got badly hurt, which ended up being more of a badly hurt thought later on. The next thing he knows, he woke up in Hogarth's tower on a table, not really remembering too much, and the man had saved him, and he told him about how he was admiring him, and like he became his apprentice and everything. And I said, Adam, what if these aren't his memories? You know, what if this is like the effects of a modified memory? Something else had happened. And so I think how it remains now is that something. Well, I mean, obviously we have a little bit of insight now with like the story that we have, but the idea became, what if something happened and Cork is from somewhere other plane of existence, and Hogarth just came across it, and he produced a modified memory on him to prevent him from. He's not actually from him. And then we fucking ran with that for a bit. And it was great, and it was wonderful, and I loved every minute of it. So that was what I used to fuel playing Cork as this person who thought he was from Skull, and was like getting angrier and angrier that Hogarth had been lying to him, that he had other apprentices, that his past was more bloodied than he had realized. And all these things kept compounding to make his former mentor this shadow of a person he used to know, that he thought he knew. But the real idea of, I had to think, like, how am I gonna get Cork to a point where he starts to question his own memories, and Adam, being the fucking deviant that he is, he took opportunity of when I said I was gonna send a letter home to the Skull, because it just felt natural. Cork wants to, you know, see what his family's up to, because like he just learned about the Syndicate and all of this. And Adam used that as this moment to say, "Hey, I don't remember when exactly it happened, but I remember saying, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if her..." I don't think we went fully this way, but I said to Adam, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if Skull wasn't even a village and it was just a random area of forest that Cork thinks a village exists at? Like, we get there and Cork is like, you're gonna love this place, and then he, like, you know, does the dramatic reveal where he pushes away, like, the grass, and it's just a fucking field. And he's like, this doesn't fucking... Wait, hold on. But obviously we couldn't just everyone would call out, everyone would say, like, there's no village there. So a village is there, but for all intents and purposes, like, Adam had this, like, letter come in that I had no idea this letter would come back like this. And I really loved riffing off of the fact that, like, this letter essentially told Cork that, hey, real sorry about that, but no one lives here by that name. And no one has lived here by that name for, like, ever. So,
sorry about your luck.
Sorry.
You don't exist.
Yeah, sorry about that. So that kind of that's also another example of, like, a moment where, like, you know, all the other characters. I would have loved to share that moment with every character. Everyone else was asleep, and I guess I could have pushed harder for more people to be awake during that. But again, I've got that anxiety of, like, I don't want to make a scene. Like, I would love to have, you know, share this lore and all this, but I don't want to, like, just have a whole, like, it feels icky to me to just have everyone awake and be basically, like, spending a whole half an hour to an hour basically just talking about myself, or, like, things that only really have to do with my character. It makes me feel like I'm taking away from others. It makes me feel like no one's really interested in this, doesn't want to do anything, so I kind of tend to shy away from to do those things. But as David points out time and again, there are moments in the campaigns where I do seem to gain my footing and do seem to kind of wash that away. I mean, something personal I don't mind sharing, maybe listening, is that I do have a low form of, like, not a disorder, but I do have quite a lot of anxiety, and I do go to therapy, and I do take a low grade anxiety medication for it, and it just helps me to just not. A joke that I like to tell is sometimes when my insurance will be like, yeah, we just can't cover, like, these 2 days, and I'll be like, all right, great, guess I'm just gonna hate everything for those. I'm just gonna stay inside and hate everything for those 2 days.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the reality of it. So I fought with that anxiety monster quite a lot, but it's, you know, I put myself through therapy, and I've come out better because of it. And playing D&D helps with that. And everything that's come of that has just been so awesome and amazing. You know.
Oh, that's perfect.
The thing that I wanted to share, that I think I would answer your question of, like, thing I would want you to know about Cork, is that at the very beginning I came to Adam and, like, we actually talked about where it would be from, like, where Cork would be from, and I was like, okay, so we got to figure out, like, you know, I would, for my roleplay reasons, like, one thing I wasn't willing to really let be random or unknown to me was where Cork was actually from, because I wanted to know that from a meta perspective, so I could better, like, enact and roleplay, like, in the game a little bit. And initially, my initial idea was, what if it's just a parallel material plane? He is just a half elf. He's just not from this material plane. He's from another material plane that exists. What if he's from Resovia? But then Adam was like, I was actually playing around with him being from the Feywilds, and I was like, oh. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's. And then I think that's what the assumption I went off of for a very long time, and I started playing it like that. And because we had a couple of other people from the Feywilds in the campaign, I was like, this is awesome. This is cool, because Cork is not a person you, at least at the beginning there, Cork is not a person you'd be like, Feywild guy. That guy's from there. That's where he comes from. Yeah, there's no two ways about it, because there's these other two people from the Feywild that, like, contrast who Cork really is very vapidly, and it's just and then cut to quite a few sessions later, and I'm like having an update chat with Adam, and he's like, and I'm like, oh yeah, like this and that, and like this about, and you go into the Feywilds and this, and then I just get like the ominous text from Adam, and it's just like, you know, ... about that. And I was like,
Yeah, I felt really bad about that because, like I said,
because I'd done all that work up to that point. Like,
we had like really in-depth discussed or like what was going on, or who he thought, or who he might be, and all of that. And then I, about halfway through the campaign, was like, man, it's gonna really drive the story a lot better if I shift this from Feywild to this. And then I guess I just forgot to message you, and I felt terrible when you said that, because I was like, oh my god. Hey, so I had this idea.
Yeah.
And like, it was so far apart too, like a lot of the campaign had gone by where like I was like, yeah, that's where the other half of course is from. It's from the Feywild. And then I get this message from Adam, I'm like, oh, okay. Because admittedly, I was a little bummed at first. I was like, oh, Feywilds, okay, I can run with this. And then as sessions went by, I was like, yeah, I'm into this now. Let's do it, Feywilds. And then I get this message from Adam. It's like, by the way, it's not the Feywilds. And it was like, I finally got used to it.
I just got there.
And we compromised, and we said, okay. I told Adam, I said, you don't have to tell me where he's from, you know, that whole thing, because it seems like you've got a whole thing going, and I don't want to spoil it for myself. I feel like it'd be better for me to roleplay if I just don't know. But the way we compromised is, whatever Cork is, and whatever it does, A, the Syndicate either wants it or is very interested in it, and B, it does not, as far as I understand, unless I'm misremembering, it is not home to one plane of existence, if I'm recalling that correctly. But the way we compromise is, it did spend a bit of time in the Feywilds. Is how we rationalize that. Now, I don't know if I'm just misremembering that, or if it is just one other plane it is from, but it happened to spend some time in the Feywilds. But either way, I guess we'll find out at some point. And as far as that's concerned, that whole thing where his eyes glowed when he took out the mummy, that was very off the cuff. I just kind of decided, wow, he threw like every spell in his book at this guy, and decided that he should just not live anymore when that life-ending spell came out. I just thought it would be fun if his eyes were glowing and he had a bit of a moment from that, and Adam was happy to oblige. It happened, and then he had his dream sequence, and I don't know if anyone recalls that dream sequence, because I think in today's session I might have to go over it, because, truth be told, he has not had a single chance to sit down with the party and explain to them the dream that he had, because he had all a couple of player characters that just died, so it didn't really feel appropriate at the time. But there you go. That's pretty much everything that I know about Quark. I do know a lot more. I know we know what like the thing he used to be looks like now. We know that the entity that identifies as Quark right now, if that's the way they choose to say it, is not quite fully Quark, the full elf from before, but it's also not quite fully whatever that other thing was from before. It's kind of this new hybrid thing that has memories from both, that has the memories of both of those creatures. If I'm that's correct, right, Adam? Because you clarified that. I asked those
Yep.
memories feel like my yeah.
Pretty spot on.
So the memories are not just random things; they're things that he identifies as. Oh yes, this is me. These belong to me. Which is weird to have two sets of memories from the same point in time, and they both feel like yours. Which I just realized the other day that I could use as what's it called? I could use as justification for Quark to use the dream spell on the remaining apprentices, because now he's regaining memories and by definition may quote unquote know them to an extent enough to cast the dream spell on them. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. And I think one of them is a full elf, so it might not even matter. But yeah, that's all I really know about Quark, and I know you asked, and I basically just dumped everything about Quark on you.
Yeah.
It
No,
isn't
it's-
like, I mean, Quark is a character that's kind of been in the middle of it all, or like
Yeah.
just there as like this driving force in the background, and that's what I know. I know Quark is from another dimension, and now we all know that Quark is, or at least we're about to know, because he'll tell people, Quark is he is a poor, unfortunate, you know, full elf child that passed away when a giant fuck you meteor interplanar thing crashed into a skull a while ago. And they took that dead full elf and combined him with the dying creature that come with them. And that is what Quark is, but we don't know what that
Alien boy.
and that there's a necromancer in the apprentices, which some people called. Good for them. Yeah, that's basically all I know right now. Unless I missed anything, Adam.
No, that pretty accurately sums it up.
As far as motivations and for where he's going, Quark is mad at Hogarth for all the lies, the deception. Hogarth is basically Quark's father slash, well, now is his only father figure. Well, I guess Deco's somewhat of a father figure, but Quark's like a child despite being as old as he is. It feels even more like a child now. So yeah, he's mad at Hogarth. Not quite the boiling rage that you know, Galador and like others have like had inside them for their backstories, but he feels betrayed, you know, and he just is questioning everything he thought he knew about the people he interacted with, and like any way people have treated him other than the people from the party. So moving forward, I would like to explore that a little bit more, for Quark to come in touch with that which he has lost, and for him to maybe have some better interaction, or some more interactions with the party, because he wants to feel like he's part of a family again at the very core of it all, because he feels that he's lost. He feels that as he's gaining the memories and everything that he was erased from him, he's losing everything that he had gained like from before. So he's kind of lonely and trying to fix that part of his life. And he's also obsessed with looking at other planes and knowledge, but that's you
Of
know,
course.
that's general wizard stuff.
Yeah.
I hope that answered your question.
No, it does. I dig it.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to use the masking tool again, and it's not draw. Oh, okay. Now you decide to work. God damn it. Wait, no, it's not working. It's not drawing in the foreground of the expanded map that I made. And that kind of sucks. What the hell? Hello?
Hello, hi. Sorry. Trying to multitask is not my strong suit. So,
I think it doesn't matter on the masking tool. I'm just gonna be color.
do we have more questions?
I think I
About
definitely
colors.
hit all my questions.
again, next month I will, since I guess this is how this went, if this is like our baseline for how this is gonna go, I'll just make a presentation and like order it a little bit better instead of just. I mean, this was just splayed out questions,
Yeah.
but I can definitely put in a tiny bit more effort. And I'll have a presentation with questions that lead into one another, and panels, and it'll be great and fun, and we can do it, and it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
And I won't have to worry about setting something up.
Okay.
Won't that be nice, Adam?
It will. Well, you are gonna apply. Okay, cool. In that case, I guess we'll go ahead and cut it here. Josh, have fun with your 3-hour power nap.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I didn't expect this to go as long as it did.
You
No,
are a
I
madman,
Got a
sir.
lot of good
I think
information.
it was good.
Yeah.
I feel bad for anyone who wasn't here and is going to be a little bit behind, but they can watch the stream,
Indeed. Which is one of the reasons we do it.
right? It's great. It's great. It's great.
But with that, yeah. I will go ahead and end everything here, and I will see you all in 3 hours.
Bye.
See
In
ya.
a little bit.